like we're going live right now. So, welcome everybody to the Time of Dead podcast. I'm your host, certainly confuddled and confused, hateful Tate right now. Glad you could join us. Today we're going to be covering a couple pieces of interesting drama that has been happening over the past week now. Mind me while I'm also eating at the same time. So, the three stories we're going to cover is the drama between Woot and random pony guys on Twitter. Let me pull that back. Alrighty then. So, from Wootmaster, just block at random pony guys. He's spamming everyone with bullshit. So, basically what random pony guys is doing is he's telling people on Twitter to block Wootmaster, essentially. Because if you disagree with him, he's gonna dox you. That's his genius thesis going on right there. And so I, as a simple curious George, ask him straight out. It's like, those are some pretty serious accusations. You got proof? And we, between the two of us, like, we kind of go out on it. And I ask for proof, and he supplies me the proof. And he's, at first he's being like a very, very needy bitch about it, and being like, oh, if I post this, I'm pretty much doxing myself. I'm like, well, if your dox is already out there, then it's like, there's no problem there. I mean, if you're so butthurt about it, then just censor that shit. Cover up the context, names and whatnot. But as I said before, he does follow up on that, and gives me a screenshot, and I ask him, it says, this is blank, aka random pony guys. If you know any minors going to TrotCon, please spread this image around and watch out for him on the con floor. And I say, okay, why is Woot telling minors to watch out for you at TrotCon? And it was, here's the full screenshot here, as his name, secondary name, and his faces all blurred out there. And I basically say, yeah, I don't think he doxed you. It's like, I find it hard to believe that this man was able to come into possession of your dox. Because, we start arguing the semantics of things. And I ask him, straight up, okay, what is doxing? And he gives me the Google definition and says, well, doxing is when you take someone's private information or a dedicated research on a specific person, and you make it public with malicious intent. Aside from the fact, so I said, yeah, man, I don't think Woot doxed you. Aside from the fact the topic of the conversation was going on, which I will get to in a second. TLDR, they were arguing, Woot was making the claim that it's harmful for children to be going to conventions, seeing hoodies and shit like that with, say, someone like Rarity, like drinking a cup full of cum or something like that. And he was saying, no, I don't think it's harmful. I said, okay. It could be possible that he's taking you out of context intentionally. I don't think that's too far out of Woot's capacity to do something like that. So he said I did give these same responses for the most part because I asked him straight up. Let me get the thread. Yeah, he blocked me. Um. Oh shit, man. I guess when he saw this, he must have protected his tweets. But he essentially said, well, we're having a discussion about legalities. I don't think it's illegal for those things to be there, but I think that the convention should ban this thing or restrict it to an after hours sort of thing. I was like, you see, right there, I think that's what he should have just told Woot. And it's like, I know we're talking about legalities here, but Khan can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, I'll agree with him on that stance. But I just don't think it's a good idea if you're also trying to appeal to children to have a con floor that's full of inappropriate shit like that lying around. Whether it's BC, Trot Con, Babs Con, any of that sort of thing. There should be some responsibility, especially where it's a fandom, that's dedicated fan bases around a little girl's cartoon. So that's already a mass amount of immediate red flags there. Um, I said I did give those same responses for the most part, but he took specific parts out of context to build a straw man. I respect that you don't see it as a dox, but to me it is. He would have gone further if I hadn't deleted everything at the time that I did. And I said, why were you deleting things that proved necessary to the context of your side of the argument? I was actively being doxxed, although you had already been doxxed by that time. I think initially Woot only said, avoid your ass. I actually have the original thread. That is being contested here. If the docs hadn't started when I hadn't deleted anything, and I said this goes back to the context of why you were doxxed, and the reason as to why Woot was able to get away with this skewed perception his followers have for you. It looked suspicious, and you would have given you the means. Yeah, hang on, Coyote. Let me stop the call. Hello? I can't hear you. Coyote?
Yo, what's up?
I couldn't hear you. Hang on, let me plug in the jacks here. Talk again.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Shit, my headset isn't working.
Yeah, I just saw the stream while I was outside, so, well, you can't hear me, but in case the stream can hear me, I saw the stream while you were outside, and I was just like, oh, okay, once I get back in, I'll jump in.
Well, my headset's being a piece of shit, but it doesn't really seem to be causing any echoing. Is it causing echoing on your end, Coyote?
Not on my end.
Okay.
Well, it seems to on the stream.
It is? Oh. It's like I have my audio settings set to like it says you have something in the audio jacks, and I said it's headphones. Hello? Yeah, and now I can't hear you. Okay, let me see. Maybe if I try front speakers out? Hello? No. Fucking hell. What the fuck, man? Here,
Want
let
me to
me.
just jump back out so it doesn't disrupt the stream?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'd like some input on this shit.
Alright, let me see.
Like, how bad is the echo?
I mean, I don't know, Chad, how bad's the echo? Because I got the stream muted in the background, just so that way I don't hear an echo on my end.
Here, I'll be quiet, and then pull up the stream, turn on the audio, whatever, and then say something. Let me know how bad it is.
Okay, so it seems to sound like I'm talking in like a concert hall.
Oh,
It's kind
well,
of cool. It's kind of cool.
that's what it always sounds like. Um, I think it's like a stereo thing. So if, I mean, if that's the case, then you can stick around. I mean, honestly, like I was more worried about the desktop audio blaring in comparison to my own. So TLDR, I'm basically talking about the Woot Master versus Random Pony guys on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it through your
Yeah,
feed, but
I saw some of the tweets about that.
yeah, no. So basically, he's been telling people that Woot has will dox you if you disagree with them. And I said the context of their disagreement was Woot says it's harmful for children going to conventions like TrotCon that have pictures of like the characters from the show like doing sexual shit on clothing and other stuff like that. And his argument is no, it's not.
But so his whole argument was just no, it's not harmful, and it's not harmful to
It's
see
not
that.
harmful to children and it's not illegal.
I'm sorry. Can you can you re-describe what he's saying is not harmful and illegal? I'm just trying to catch
So
up a little bit.
imagine like a furry character from I don't know any TV show that you know of,
I'll just go
and
Zootopia then.
sure, and sure, and they're doing sexual shit on
Yeah,
these
that really shouldn't be on an open
yeah
floor in a convention with kids there.
um and I don't so here's the problem like he either protected his tweets or blocked me so I can't view them so I only have screenshots so I asked him do you think that the con should have like removed this kind of content or reserved it or no I said ban this type of content or reserved it to an after dark sort of event and he says yes and I said why the fuck did you not just say that to Woot and he said because we're talking about legalities and whether it's harmful or not to children. I'm like yeah
Right.
and
Do you mind linking me his Twitter so that way I can just
here
check
I'll
it?
do you one better I'll link you the Google Doc and it has like the links to all that shit.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if like he'd blocked you or if he'd privated because I can check for sure.
All right.
Unless he's blocked me too, you know.
And I'll just send you the link to that thread. Because I retweeted at Woot and I said, this guy's either bullshitting you, like a really, really bad bullshitter, or you weren't really asking the exact questions that you wanted, answered properly. But it was like, no, I think you're being pretty straightforward, so I'm gonna go with the former for the best possible scenario for this guy, for his well-being, I guess you could say. And I said, like these are serious accusations. Do you have proof? And he gave me proof that Woot had released his name and his face. And I said, I guess, but I don't think that's doxing because later on I actually proved that like you can find this stuff because it is publicly available. So bear in mind with me real quick, or just bear
Yeah,
with me.
just for reference, he has his tweets are protected right now. He might have blocked you anyway. I'm not sure, but it's showing that tweets are protected.
That was my first assumption that he protected my tweets or protected his tweets because here's the funny thing is he claims that Woot was taking their conversation out of context in the thread, and I'll send that link to you as well. It's also in the stream description. All the links that I'm going through in the doc, I'm just pointing out key moments. So I said, why are you deleting things that provide necessary to the context of your side of the argument? And he said, I was actively being doxxed. I didn't have time to comb through things and see what should stay and what should go. If the doxing hadn't started, then I wouldn't have deleted anything. And I said, this goes back to the context of why you were being doxxed and the reason as to why Woot is able to get away with this skewed perception his followers have for you. It looks suspicious and would have given you the means to defend yourself. How does this discussion help him dox you? That was my important question. And it was, if I'm going to be honest, it was staring me right in front of the face. It had his goddamn name. which I CP'd onto Google and then like tagged it next to Random Pony Guys on Google, and I found his YouTube channel that had a video with his face on it. And I explained to him, it's like, look, this information is so hidden, and people can use this if it's publicly and readily available. Uh, Now we're getting to the gray area. So there is a tweet that he made that someone else, I think it was like a musician or someone that performs at the con, maybe. I don't remember who this artist was having a back and forth about. I believe it was about BC and the lack of action they had taken once that drama about Grizzly was made public. Um, but he pulls this tweet that Sean made, and he said, "Gonna delete a bunch of nonsense from today." And I don't have the exact date. I could probably pull it up later. From today, but just want to say I had a great time with everyone I talked to today. That was his statement. It's like, I don't really like how things are going out between me and Woot, so I'm just gonna delete shit. um, and then I asked him for his definition of doxing, which again is any attempt to pull private or direct information from someone with malicious intent. And I explained to him why that in this situation is total bullshit. And he says, again, you may disagree, but it looks like it fits the definition perfectly to me. So, subjective semantics and shit like that.
Well, define malicious intent.
Well, this is Woot's intent was to warn children about this guy because he said that clothing with sexual imagery at conventions isn't dangerous for kids and shouldn't be banned. It implied that it shouldn't be banned.
I wouldn't list that as malicious personally.
Yeah.
I list that as common sense.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to clarify. Was his name completely public already?
Yeah, it was. It was before Woot had, quote, doxed him. His name was Sean McKinley, and that's the name of his channel. That's the official name of his channel. Technically, the / score is, I think it's Shadow something 6, Shadow Flare 6.
Shadow Dumb 6.
Shadow Edge number 73, Edgy Brody.
I mean, as funny as it would be to say Wootmaster doxed him after all those claims in the last stream that we had with him, it's not doxing it.
Well, no. Here's the funny thing, Coyote, is like I'm not only shitting on Random for being a retarded faggot. I'm also shitting on Woot for not knowing what the fuck doxing means because he admits that he doxed him.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he said that. He said, Random says, again, you may disagree, but it looks like it fits the definition perfectly to me. And he says, just want to point out that Woot himself sees this as a dox. He knew what he was doing. He intended it as a dox, and I agree with him that it was a dox. And Wootmaster says, on January 2nd, 2019, the funny thing is, because I know you and me have had disagreements with doxing in the past, I believe this was his response to you, Leo. And I said I didn't make it. This one just literally fell onto my lap, though.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't believe this is a dox, but the fact that he's willing to admit that this is a dox and still do it shows that he's comfortable with doxing anyway. So he's a hypocrite no matter what.
Yeah, I mean he's a hypocrite, but he's also a dumbass.
Yeah, he's a dumbass and hypocrite because one, this isn't a dox, and two, he just showed that he's comfortable doxing after telling people doxing is wrong and you're bad for doxing.
Well, I mean, didn't he, was it on Vita's stream, he was like, Leo, I don't fucking like you because you, post the dox information of pedophile victims and shit like that, or just children in general on the internet.
Which isn't even accurate.
I love that you just called it Vita's stream because it was Anthony's stream and that
pisses
him off.
No. He said that on Vita's stream.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there was a previous stream that had Woot in it.
Yeah, we did.
That was the.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was the August stream, yeah.
And then he kind of tiptoed on that again, Leo. He kind of retreaded on that, but it was like, oh no, I'm totally fine with that now.
Fantastic. Hold on, I got a prime mask on. Give me
I don't see a reason to dox these people. I mean, it's just kind of weak, kind of weak shit.
Well, it is kind of weak. Like, but here's the thing: is that like it literally, we're getting to it a little bit, but I was going back to just proving why this isn't malicious intent. As I said, his stated intention, which you provided me in terms of proof, was he stated his stated intent was to inform any minors going to TrotCon to stay away from you. By your own admission, these screenshots of your conversation was taken after you were doxxed. It was on you to refute his statements with the context you claim he was neglecting, not deleted. And I said, I did refute it, but what's this? And what about 10 other conversations I've had here are, and no, as soon as the doxing I was put in a dangerous situation, and I had to make a quick decision on it. I made the decision to protect myself. And yes, that's what doxing. That's what his stated reason was for doxing. He was responding to a straw man. He knew it was a straw man. The intent was to dox the person he was bullying. Simple as that. He succeeded in that quest. And then I said, so Sean, is this you? I think I found your face, name, and YouTube channel by using your old Twitter handle from Woot's screenshots. That's literally how I found his name and face.
Is all this information public?
Yeah, it's all public.
Well, how is this doxed?
I know. That's why I'm challenging Mom.
You could define doxing as non-private information. Simply spreading non-private information. But I mean...
Well, it's like if you didn't want this information out...
It inflates the moral value of it, doesn't it? Because then it becomes less something to be looked down upon. Because it's like, well, this is easily accessible, right? So...
Well, I mean, if you were, like, discussing... Well, let's pretend you're Woot Master for a moment here, Sheldon. And you, well, obviously I don't even think you need to pretend to do this. If, with your morals, if you were in a conversation about someone of the same context Woot was in with this guy about clothing that depicted sexual imagery or just anything that depicted sexual imagery was sold at a convention, and you were saying this was harmful to children and it should be removed or restricted for a certain period of the convention, and someone is giving you responses where they don't have a problem with that sort of thing, would you be worried about the safety of minors going to a convention there?
No, because I don't know the evidence that these shirts or whatever are damaging minors, right?
No, I can't say that either, but
I would say
I'd say it's problematic.
I would say you're disgusting. You have no I don't want to say class. You have no decorum to you, right? Mm-hmm. You have no respect for the people around you. What I would say.
Yeah, I get that.
I would call them disgusting, and I would say put on some proper fucking clothing, right?
And his response is, it is. Yes, some of what you said here is false, but I can't refute it without doxing myself. And I asked him, what do you mean some of what you said here is false? And he never really got into specifics because he said, I don't want to get doxed. Now, I'm going to pull up this thread now. Here's, I'm going to put this in the chat, group chat. Here's the link to Woot's thread. And this is a statement. If you're a minor, please block the account at Random Pony Guys, otherwise known IRL as Sean McKinley, which, again, was both made publicly aware because, you know, it was literally his old Twitter handle name.
This is completely ridiculous. I mean, these claims from Wootmaster are just way out of line.
Well, I mean, he doesn't... I'm pretty sure he doesn't say outright he's a pedophile. He just says...
From my conversation with him, I believe he's a threat to kids, has a high chance of grooming children by showing them pornography. Yeah, that requires standard of evidence, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't base that all off on, like, a single conversation.
No, obviously not.
Let's remember, he's judged a lot of people very harshly and with very extreme things off of one conversation. He's an expert at that.
Now, I'm just saying in a general sense here, Sheldon. Morally speaking, can you understand Woot's justifications for going through this? Like the.
Well, I understand that he feels like this action is very inappropriate or bad in some way, but the problem is that when you do that, be honest about it and say I'm sickened. But the problem is that saying like I think that's gross isn't a very it doesn't work on people, right? Like the guy who wants to wear this pornographic shirt or this sexually suggestive shirt, you go up to him and go, I think that's gross. You shouldn't wear it. That's not going to convince him to take it off. He's just going to make fun of you or something, right?
Yeah,
or he's
just
he's
like.
not going to do anything. But that's the feeling he's feeling, right? He's making these. He's stretching with the facts, and he's saying, well, this is harmful to children, and you're grooming children, and it's like, okay, you can't take your feelings about it and then attach it to these things without first demonstrating the evidence of these facts, right?
But Sheldon, you need to remember, this guy, he retweets and quote tweets a lot of Vex is retarded and $10 Maddie. He's an expert at reading people online. He knows people better than they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me read what started this keg fire. If this is from Sophie Scourge's hashtag Save Hannibal. I'm assuming that's the TV show. I guess I don't know. If any of y'all come to my table like this, refusing service, if you're an 18+ event, that's one thing. I hate it when they do the fucking ON3 thing. But I personally am sick and tired of people wearing Adagio in public and ripping away my and others' consent, especially when there will be kids present.
Ripping away their consent.
I don't know. And so this is what Sean says. It says, sorry to break it to you, but you're in a public place. That is your consent whether you like it or not. This same logic leads people to say things like claiming gay people can't hold hands in public because someone might be uncomfortable with it. Goes both ways.
Yeah, essentially, I mean, I could say it about anything. Your hairdo is offending me, and I don't consent to it being... I don't consent Look, I don't consent to the photons bouncing onto your hair and illuminating it so my eyes can absorb it, right?
I'm offended by your
underpants. Here is ultimately the argument of this has to come down to the fact that it's pornographic material in nature. That's what the argument should center around. These idiots can't even get that.
And so you guys ready for a game of... we're going to take a quiz here. When someone makes such an absurd argument, one of three things is possible. A, they're a pedophile. B, they're stupid. C, both. What do you guys think?
Wait, what?
Wootmaster says, when someone makes such an absurd argument, the one that I just read, one of three things is possible. A, they're a pedophile. B, they're stupid. Or C, both.
I'd have to say stupid. I'm
going to have to go with D, none of the above.
It's just asinine. I don't even want to seriously answer it. I mean,
I don't think you can seriously answer this question. I think it's just so... I think everyone who participates in answering that question and writing that question, engaging with that question, is just dumber for having done it. I think your entire audience is now dumber for having heard that question from Wootmaster.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, it's true.
The thing is, though, homophobic people make the exact same arguments. You're being no different from them. It's literally calling Wootmaster a faggot, guys.
Yeah, this I'm looking at this shirt or whatever, the pony. What's the word?
A hoodie?
No, well, yeah, the hoodie, but the expression. Sorry. Okay, whatever. They're very sexually, their extreme pleasure in the current sexual situation they're experiencing. You know, I look at this and I think it's a little bit worse than like some biker guy wearing you know, a or a jacket with some chick in a bikini or something. I mean, it's not obviously sexual, I think, to children. I think they probably look at this and think, what the fuck is wrong with these characters? Like,
Mm-hmm. Why are they making these faces?
They make it sound way more offensive than it really is. And maybe that's because, I'm just not as offended by it. I
Yeah.
look at it and I think this is just cringy, I'm like it's kind of cringe, but
Against people.
the outrage over it though is number one, I think funny, but I do still think it's not appropriate. I think there's a time and a place, and if we're in this public convention center, you probably shouldn't be wearing this. This to me would draw the line. But yeah, the way these two are representing each other in this entire conversation are, I mean, they're both stupid. They both can't even accurately
Mm.
engage in the conversation.
So let me get to the point where things get pretty interesting. So you think it has no real impact, uh, but you disagree that it should be acceptable. Yes and yes. If it has no real impact on a child, and you agree that it has about the same impact as two men holding hands, but at the same time think it should be okay for gay people to hold hands, why don't you think it's acceptable for children to view child pornography or to view child pornography? What?
Wait, what? Are
He
you
says
asking me? Or...
he says if he has no problem with gay people holding hands, why he thinks it's acceptable for children to view child pornography. And I was like, don't you mean just regular pornography? I didn't see no children getting fucked. And then he says, because of the U.S.'s obsession over it, same reason why I said that children should be allowed to see statues with nudity, it immediately got taken out of context, and you and a bunch of other people piled and called me a pedophile.
Woot has like so Woo Master starts and he's like, do you think it's okay if a child sees, this kind of hoodie at Trawcon with
Yeah.
rarity drinking sperm? The guy says, yes, I'm fine with that. It's just, what the fuck? I think it's tasteless. I wouldn't wear something like that myself, but I don't see it as any threat to children's safety or anything like that. Which, um, fair enough. I think, like, there's no evidence that this is a threat in any
Yeah.
way. Okay, and then on top of it, but then after that, I'm gonna ask you one last time. After that, I'm no longer. This is Wootmaster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no longer discussing this with you, and I'm moving forward. Do you think it's okay for kids to view pornographic content? Okay, you can say this is pornographic content, and it is, but there's a continuum of explicitness and intensity to pornographic content. I mean, this is pornographic content in the same way that my previous example is pornographic content, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the half-naked chick in a bikini, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Wootmaster's framing here is fair because that's not like such a loose representation that I wouldn't say that to somebody in this kind of context because I wouldn't want like people reading it who haven't been paying attention to think that we're referring to full-on explicit content. Like I would be specific to avoid that.
Yeah.
Wootmaster doesn't have this same consideration, and I think that's irresponsible.
Well, it's like it feels like it's two different conversations. It's like, is it okay for kids to view child pornographic content versus is it okay in a public setting for children to be, I guess you could say just like in the midst of people wearing clothing that has sexual content when it's like in a setting where it's a convention about a show, for a fandom that likes a kids show. And it's like if you're a parent and you have a child and they like the show and there's a convention for the show, it's like, hey, want to go to this convention? They'd be like, yeah.
Right. Like, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Why would the kids want to go? Right?
Well, it's like the argument I've heard is that TrodCon isn't a convention like for kids or whatever, or like not a lot of kids go to TrodCon. That's what I've been told.
That's true.
I did not know that. Honestly, I didn't really think it does matter. It's like if the percentage is like higher than one, and it's like then this is something you still need to take into consideration, especially if it's kids, or you just ban kids from going to this convention. It's either or.
And these cons don't want to do an 18 plus convention.
Yeah, no, because it reduces their ticket sales.
Exactly. So there's no real incentive to do it.
No. Okay, so then we get to the actual part of the thread where he actually doxes this guy. He says, "This is Alex Davidson, aka Sean McKinley, aka the Pony Guys or whatever." That's in the same thread. I don't know if you're still looking at it, Sheldon, but it's also in there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The dude's very ugly.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
if
no,
you know
it is ridiculous.
Going to TrotCon, please spread this image around and watch out for him on the con floor. There's no suggestion that this man is dangerous to children. Right? What are you doing?
Meme the fuck out of this, everybody.
Absolutely ridiculous. Disgusting behavior, as far as I'm concerned.
So, this is how Woot got Sean's actual name, Sheldon, because that's like, I guess you could call it like a channel or stage name. It's not his actual name. Okay. Is that someone had responded to Woot's initial part of the thread, and it's by Vixen. Hello, Vixen. Do you know someone by the name of that?
No.
Okay. Well, she says, actually, his real name is Alex Davidson from New York. Just helping you because I didn't know he thought it was okay for kids to see porn, and that's very upsetting and disgraceful. What a woman. Wow. But yeah.
Brave soul.
Yeah, and I basically told him, yeah, I don't think by any record or standard, Woot doxed you.
Right.
Is basically my conclusion, because I was like, I can see his intent here. I mean, you could interpret it as malicious, but again, you don't have proof that he took things out of context to save face in the public eye, I guess you could say. Yeah. And then it's like this information was easily available for me to find. Like, I don't think it's not as easy now, because like I wasn't able to pick up the connection until I'd read through the messages and was like, oh wow, there's actually a channel under his name connected to his Twitter account, and I look at one of his videos, his IRL videos, and it has his fucking face. So I'm like, put two and two together, and I was like, there you go.
Yeah. Look, if you're making things public on the internet, such as pictures of you and your name, I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad for you if you lacked the intelligence to realize that anybody could type this into a search engine and find it, right? I mean, it would be like if I was in a public place and the internet, like before the internet existed with the white pages, and during my presentation to a group of 50 or 100 people, I called some guy out and his name and where he lives or whatever. Let's say he lives local. He's like a relevant member of the community. Well, it would be like if he got mad at me for using the white pages to say that, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, like, yeah, well, I'm sorry, but that's the societal context we exist in. These are just the laws. This is just how it works. And the thing is, by you living here and you not telling the white pages, I don't know how it works. I don't know if you're allowed to like tell the white pages, I don't want to be listed. But look, you didn't go through the procedure of doing that. You just let it be. You didn't think about it. I mean, I'm sorry you're upset, but you're just stupid. You know.
Yeah, no, pretty much.
I don't feel bad for you.
So I'm going to do something real quick. We're going to transition over to, I mean, basically, like, I got nowhere with it, obviously, because I was like, look, if you have a bone to pick with someone for doxing you, it would be Vixen, because she's the one who gave Woot your actual name and where you live, or, like, the state you live in. And he's like, no, I'm gonna still hound Woot for using it. I was like,
You're retarded, but okay.
I was like, okay. Okay.
Yikes.
So what we're going to do now, I'm pretty sure, was it Watch Together can like let me like move through to specific timestamps, like it'll view the timestamps, right?
Sure.
I'm pretty sure. We're gonna look at Anthony's stream that happened back in November with Spectrum Heat, Sheldon.
Okay.
And we're gonna go over some of the points that were made, specifically about what was stated there and what had happened, because fucking he said some stupid shit. Remember when what was it? I asked him like why he continued talking with Cotton despite the fact that he wanted to cease communications with her. It's like we're gonna be going into like that type of dumb shit.
Okay.
And not really so much more. I'm trying to provide context in the fact that backs up Anthony's claim about what was it, that he is claiming that Dark Moon is a pedophile, or that is his statement essentially.
Yes.
I'm trying. So I have the link to the room, and I want to paste in. I'm trying to find the list. It's just that I have my windows arranged so weird. Could you post it in the chat for me, Sheldon? Here, I have the video link.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, join the room.
All right, could you paste that in the chat for me too?
Paste what? Watch Together?
No, not the Watch Together, but the video, Anthony's video, in the watch link.
Oh yeah,
thing.
I'll put it in the Watch Together shit. Oh shit.
Subject, I will kindly direct message you.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm just gonna go over the timestamps real quick before we get started. So at 44:47, I'm gonna move this over. How does that look? I'm gonna turn on the image. Yeah, that looks fine. There we go.
Sorry to bring it back.
Yeah.
While you're doing this to Woot Mass.
Oh no, we're moved on to Heat, but if you want to talk about Woot again, that's fine.
Every tweet of this fucking guy. I mean, I'm sick of hearing about child grooming molestation in this fandom after the fact. This fandom should not be a safe haven for pedophiles. It's not. How would it be? Most people, if you were to survey most people in this fandom, do you honestly believe that they're going to tell you that, yeah, we support pedophilia and pedophiles are safe here? I mean, give me a fucking break. It's just like.
I mean, it shouldn't be. Like, I agree, it shouldn't be, but I don't think it's a wrong position to take that there are pedophiles that still feel safe in here.
Well, yeah, but it's true anywhere. It's true in any fandom.
Yeah, no,
right?
that's especially when it's around a fandom for kids, a show surrounded, you know.
Sure, any of these cartoon fandoms, right? I mean, Steven Universe, Gravity Falls.
So I'm gonna play this right here. So this is Spectrum giving us his definition for pedophilia.
All right.
Spectrum, you have the floor.
Yes, Spectrum, please.
Yeah, he's taking sweet time.
Okay.
you had your chance.
No. Steph, shut the fuck up. You don't have to be here. Knock it off.
So, my definition of pedophilia is when a adult
What's an
or
adult?
someone close to an adult, someone over the age of 18 or close to the age of 18.
Do you have proof that he is?
If
God,
I'm
shut
not
that
mistaken,
down.
he stated that he is in.
He said that he is almost 18, yes.
Okay, so that's that. When someone who is almost an adult or an adult conducts in sexual acts with a prepubescent teenager.
Do you have
14
proof
is
of the
not
sexual acts?
prepubescent. 14 is not prepubescent.
Yeah, I believe
Do you mean to tell me that if an almost
Do you
18-year-old...
listen to me, Micah?
Yeah. So, I mean, would you?
What a dumb fucking definition of pedophilia.
Yeah, no, it is. It's dumb as fuck. Like again, that's just why I peel back from just calling this shit pedophilia. I just call it like predatory or just like absolutely like creep as fuck shit.
Yeah, he's just describing the act of somebody sexually abusing a child. Really, he's not even saying anything about the attraction of that person, right? He just describe because a non-pedophile could do that, right?
Right.
What's the distinction? So it's just any sexual act with a child. Okay. Goofy definition. Because of course, as we both know, pedophilia refers to
Sexual
somebody's attraction, right?
To specific phenotypic features.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So this is Anthony poses a question to Spectrum because Dark Moon had made the claim that the two of them that Spectrum had dated both Dark Moon and Cotton at one point, and Anthony asks him like, "Are you at all interested in these two?" And his statement is no.
15-year-old when I've never dated anybody under the age of 16.
Okay.
Period.
Were you ever interested in Dark Moon?
Well, hold on.
Was I ever interested in Dark Moon? No.
Yeah. Okay. What about Cotton?
What about Cotton? Yeah.
No.
No,
Okay.
well, that's different.
Okay,
No,
so
hold
hold
up
on.
there. Your DM
I
suggests.
had said, let me get to that. I specifically said that when me and Cotton became friends, I had grown attached to the person that she is. When I found out that she actually was 13, provided that the screenshot that I showed somebody, I think I showed you, I can't remember, where I asked her, and I specifically said, you don't act 13. You really don't.
Yeah. And yeah, so
Wait, did he date either of these individuals?
as far like these are the let me go back real quick. It's like I have the screenshots he sent me like before he broke things off.
Okay.
So it says like not for a matter of fact statement. It was claimed like this. I believe this was a claim made by the two of them, and his statement was, "No, I'm not interested in either of them." He never really gave a definite answer. I mean, if you wanted to date someone, you would have presented an interest in that person, and if you're claiming you're not, then you obviously weren't dating.
Right.
Right. So this is their DM. So it says, for a 13-year-old, you draw really damn good. I believe that's in reference to the porn she draws.
What?
:0.
What
Yeah. Remember?
He's
This
complimenting
is
a 13-year-old about the porn she drew. I mean, that's like inappropriate.
yeah.
Not appropriate.
You can draw someone who is quite a bit older than 13. I have no idea what this sin image is.
Okay.
And then
What
he
a
asks,
creepy weird guy. Holy shit.
and then he asks, "Are you actually 13? Be honest." And he says, "I am 13. JDGJMAKLEH." What the fuck? Yeah, it's basically the same thing. So, I asked him, out of curiosity, what exactly is your relationship with these two? Well, what? Starless and me have been quite mortal enemies. He's always out to manipulate people and fuck with their heads. I'm against this, so we hate each other basically. And Cotton and I used to be friends until they started drawing porn of our OCs. I played it off as normal at first until I found out she was actually 13. I love the wording of that. Actually was 13. I was like, do you mean like you were told she was 13 and you were in denial about it?
Yeah, or what? Like.
And then I said, so I asked her to stop, and we ceased contact. And I said, all right, yeah, that's unrelated.
Wow.
I only saw mention of this in reference to girlfriend for him on Twitter. No, that's someone else. I believe that's one of Moon's exes. I believe that was the context there. On Cotton's Twitter, she posted commissions where the artist says they are dating. Someone named Salad Hair said commission for Cotton and her bat boyfriend. Yeah, I saw that. So I have another question, Spectrum. If you stopped contact with Cotton after learning of her age, why are there still instances of her making art for you and communicating with her on Twitter? And I sent him these images where she made commissioned artwork of the two of them, and even did one for his birthday, on the 9th of September. Like, this conversation between the two of them happened August 30th of 2019. These commissions being posted, this art was since September of 2019.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to make that very clear, and I'm like what the fuck is up about that? And like there are like people replying in like conversations, like saying happy birthday or whatever, you know. And then there's instances of him replying to these images, but here's the thing: is that he deleted them.
Okay. So
and originally I thought, Sheldon, because I was clicking through this links, and I said this on the stream, is that when I went on them, the address seemed to belong to a deleted account, and he's like, yeah, that's my old account. And I was like, why'd you delete the account? And it's because like my channel was getting old, and I was like, okay, if your channel was getting old, why did you start a new channel or just a new Twitter for that channel under the same fucking name?
Right. What was his response?
Oh, that was his response. It was just rebranding or some shit like that. I was insinuating that there was some drama with him between him and Cotton in the past, and this was his attempt to cover it up. That was what I was insinuating.
Yes.
I don't think I was on the grounds with sufficient evidence to make that claim. But I definitely have my suspicions, because he says, when I say cease contact, I never said we stopped talking completely. And I'm like,
you don't know what cease contact means, clearly.
And I was like, I'm sorry, but that makes no sense, dude. Those two things mean the same thing. Cease contact seems pretty final to me. I mean, she stopped making porn of you two, but I'm not sure how to feel about this. Also, she seems to be quite aware of your responsibility of this news coming forward on Twitter. Hello? I hope you understand how bad this makes you look. Spectrum, I'm gonna need you to respond to me before I do some more digging. I said, you're free to dig as much as you like. There isn't really much to say.
Yeah, right.
I put out beware, because this starless person is sick and needs help. That's Dark Moon. That's just a different name of his. That's all I'm going to say on this subject. I have more important matters to attend to. And I said, no, you don't. You fucking don't.
No, you don't. You're sitting on your computer here in little Discord rooms with 13-year-olds complimenting them on their art. I mean, what do you really have going on in your life?
And I said, right now, I'm your biggest advocate, and I'm finding some damning contradictions to your part in all this, and at the same time, you're shutting me out. And then after that, I told him to come join this Anthony's stream, because we did talk about your bullshit. Speaking of the stream, let's get back to it real quick. So now, this is the reason why. At 59:10, this is the reason why Spectrum has made no attempt to reach out to Dark Moon or get some clarifications or evidence on his claims that he is like a sexual manipulator, and also at the same time, like, why he doesn't try to, like, I don't know, get contact information from his parents or something, or like get a hold of his parents to let them know what they're trying, like what he's been doing.
Right.
Again, I'm gonna be going a little bit. No, I can go back a little bit more. 58, 52
say, hey, your kid's doing dumb stuff on the internet. Maybe you should look into that. Because
How am I gonna find out who their parents are?
Hey, I ain't done yet. You can answer it in a moment. Because the intelligent individual is able to find these things out and do the proper thing instead of trying to make a complete and utter clown of himself like you have, ringleader.
Yeah, no, let me do another one here. Well, hold it. You're 20 and you're fucking terrified to talk to a 17-year-old. Why?
Why?
I think we're jumping.
Yes, motherfucker. I want to know why.
Hold on.
Because every single time that I have any sort of social interaction with this person, regardless of it talking over a voice chat, him joining a Discord server, it has always resulted in conflict. Period.
What'd you think was going to
And
happen
You're a
here?
giant pussy.
So fucking milquetoast, Sheldon. So
That
fucking
giant little
milquetoast.
fucking walking vagina. Holy shit.
Oh man, it's like
It results in conflict.
I don't want
Not
conflict.
conflict. Oh no, you poor thing.
Shit, I need a tampon for my bleeding vagina. Next part is at 10336 Spectrum's definition of cease contact.
All right, this ought to be.
Yeah.
My definition of stop is go.
My definition of stop is like halfway. Just like the sex. I'm just gonna go TD Woot back. Okay.
For word.
Yeah, it's
There's
almost
the
like
DMs.
keep up
I
with.
mean, I could look up the threads.
I said when I say cease contact, I never said we stop talking completely.
How the fuck does that make any sense?
That's
What
so
is these
fucking
guys-
retarded.
When I said
I asked the $1 million question. I was like, how the fuck does that make any sense? I think just the reason why I said it so calmly was because I was just so fucking brain dead at that point. I was like, how the fuck does that make any sense? I mean, you both sides look like retards because like this dude, like Dark Moon, is he's 17 at the time, and this was like I want to say like 3.5 weeks before you turn 18, and it's like, you know, from what Rouge told me, it's like, oh, that they're not going to do anything sexual until she comes of age. And I'm like, that's either not going to happen, it's already has happened, or it's just going to end very horribly. And Cotton is going to release private logs.
Let's trust a man, which we all know the male sex drive is quite aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm dating this, 13-year-old girl.
No, she's 14.
She's
14, Sheldon. It totally makes the
How
difference.
would you agree to date her now if you didn't find her dateable in the sense that, well, the reason men find women dateable is because they're sexually attracted to them, right? So.
Well, I think the worst part is I think it's for a very vain reason why he's dating her, and that's because she makes good art.
And that's not the reason.
Oh,
The
probably
reason
not.
he's dating her is because she has a vagina.
No, I just like to hope in a perfect world, Sheldon, that
yeah.
it's like I can out some. It's like, did you see that stream that Anthony had, recently?
No, which one?
So, Ruza outed this guy called Dark Pony 395 or something like that, and
Okay.
he got butthurt at Ruza because he exposed him as a pedophile for ERPing in a Ponytown server, an 18+ Ponytown server with a 13-year-old. And the reason why he did that was because he was angry because he had been cheating on his girlfriend.
Okay. That's real smooth brain move. Yeah.
I was like, TMI, man. Like, we didn't need to know you were cheating on your
Oh,
girlfriend.
Uh-huh.
It's just like I had relationship difficulties. I would have left it at that, but then again, I would have left it at
I
like.
fucking hate bronies, okay? I hate bronies.
I don't know. It's a bit of a double edge for me, Sheldon. It's like there's moments where I love them and moments where I hate them, and it's so funny because it's just a simultaneous moments where it's like I want to hug you and choke you at the same time, you know. So the next part is 10906. Spectrum takes back his accusations. He's gone full on.
So he's gone from this guy's a pedo to I take it back.
I take it back. Not even that. It's like if I find any evidence, Anthony will be the first person to know. And what was it? I made this tweet on my thread where I said, "You're talking about that shit again, the fucking cotton shit again," and you're like making this announcement on your fucking Twitter where it's like, I don't want to have drama about this, but let me go bring up this drama in my chat room.
Yeah, exactly.
I could pull those up in a sec.
I'm so scared of conflict, but let me provoke conflict.
Let me provoke conflict. What is it? That sounds like something Buttons would do. Right? That sounds like something Buttons would do, right, Sheldon? It's like starts a fight, actually. And then it like totally like backs down or is like, I'm a victim.
I'm gonna get off the
internet.
I'm a victim. It's bad for me.
You can't touch me. I'm a victim. You can't rape me. I'm a victim.
Is apparently not true because apparently the acts that were being carried out between these two individuals is not considered pedophilia.
No.
So, therefore, I retract my statement, and the conversation will end here. I appreciate.
I love it. It's like he tries to act diplomatic, and then as soon as he finishes, like everyone piles on top of him. I fucking love that.
You know what I love about it? You know what I love about it? He says it in a way where it's not. I don't feel like as though he's saying it because he actually sees why it's bad to make an error like that. Like he's not sorry about it, basically.
No.
He's saying it in a way where he's like, he's just telling us what we want to hear. You know? And that's probably why everyone piled on him too.
It's like, oh shit, I'm the asshole.
Right.
Let me go fix
it's
this
just
real quick.
There's this. Oh, I'm really mad at you guys, but I want this to de-escalate kind of feeling. You know, it's like, yeah, fuck you.
Well, it's like his calm and collected, like, sounding bullshit just makes it worse for me because I'm just like, you smug motherfucker, you think you're getting away with this shit.
Right.
It's like, no, you're fucking not. Like, it's like, you said that, like, I appreciate you took back those accusations. I believe that's what you said to him at one point. And you were even kind enough, Sheldon, to say, like, oh, but if you actually do have evidence instead of, like, bullshit anecdotes, then feel free to pass them our way, because I'm like, yeah, I mean, if, like, these kids are full of shit, we want to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to find this and post it in the doc, because I overlooked it. Let's not start drama.
Yeah, and then I remember being on a stream recently, or not a stream, in a call with Anthony.
Mm-hmm. I was with Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on there.
Yeah, I was gonna say something to this guy on Twitter, then I realized I didn't have a Twitter.
Yeah, I know. We need to get that fixed at some point. We need to get you back on Twitter, Sheldon.
Oh, I'm lonely.
Okay, so we're almost done. So, Spectrum admits to having no evidence, which is at 10:15.
Oh, fucking idiot! Holy shit!
I have no evidence.
Please, if we find out more about DM, you have into the heat death of the universe to come forward more. We'll be glad to say we were wrong, but based off of the information we have right now, that's just the way it is.
If I come across more proof or information or evidence regarding this subject, I will kindly direct message you the information. However, at this time, I currently do not have the means to access any sort of evidence, nor do I have any evidence on file or in my computer.
I don't have means to access evidence. Like, what? But you're on a computer right now.
He just says, he's just like, I don't have jack shit to back up my claims, just nothing but
Yeah, well,
anecdotes.
that too. But the first thing, what? Like, I don't have
I don't have the means.
But
I
I'm
can't
on
be bothered to do it.
phone and or a tablet or a laptop or a desktop, and
well, if I was to be fair,
to the internet in some way, and thus I can download applications and log into them and retrieve things. I mean, what? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, if I was gonna say like just from the viewpoint of how much of a dumb faggot he is, I don't think he uses the cloud that much. I'm gonna be honest, to like store important shit, so he has easy access to it. But
well, whatever.
I believe like what he was saying at the time was that he was moving, or like his family was in the process of moving. So like my best excuse would be like he's on the phone and doesn't have access to it.
I wonder what it is exactly. Like, is it screenshot he took?
I'd hope so. For his fucking sake. He was very vague about it, Sheldon. He didn't really go like I'll keep playing some more. Let me see.
Yeah, if you had evidence, or you had something you thought was evidence, surely you'd be able to articulate to us what the form of it is, right? Yeah. So. Okay.
Therefore, I am retracting my statement at this time, and will continue to speak.
Okay.
All right. So here, let me.
Cool.
I want to look as angry and pissed off as I was, Spectrum. For example, you know about the shit that went down at BronyCon, right?
Okay, that's not important. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't really hear him going into. I do know like we're the next part we're gonna get into after this is he just basically says that at 1:12:57 he says like Spectrum promises to make sure F and JR is the first one to know if he finds any more evidence. Like I'm gonna post this shit into the
that's fine.
in the stream doc. But now I want to get on to Beta the Betrayed, because apparently she is one of Dark Moon's victims. Apparently it's just more, from what I know, it's just more like anecdotal bullshit. But I'm going to let the sad tale play. There we go.
When me and Starless used to be friends.
Oh, here comes the bus.
And then Beta had came to me one day talking about how she was betrayed, and she felt backstabbed, and she explained the situation to me that her and Starless did things in calls together. Yes, consensually between the both of them.
What's the age difference?
Beta. I honestly don't know.
How old is Starlight?
I don't know.
Hold on. You were willing to chase this down.
I know this person, Sheldon, but I don't know the age difference. I've been made aware of this situation, but I don't know the age difference.
Yeah, well, I guess it's possible. I mean,
I don't think it is impossible. It just makes him look more like a fucking retard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You were prepared to chase this to the fucking ends of the earth here.
Let me finish.
Wait a second.
I think you are.
DM was saying he was 15 at this time.
And how old was fucking Plague or whatever goofy ass name is? Beta. How old is
23 or 22.
You cunt.
Wow. You have a nice defense force here, buddy.
You fucking cunt.
Beta.
I mean, to be fair, like, Darkmoon didn't really have the evidence to back that up. Personally, I don't find it too unbelievable, but it's like, Moon had more, like, the accusations are on him. Like, the burden of proof is on him to, like, he's the one who brought up Beta, if we're going to be honest here. And the burden of proof was on him to find the evidence that it's like, well, first of all, let's see if the company you keeps actually follows by your fucking moral standards of like a 13, 17, almost adult age difference shit here. It's like it's fucking ridiculous. Let's keep going.
Beta had asked
Hold on, let
What a double standard.
Beta had told Starless not to do it again, and on my old Discord account, I think I have chat logs between the two of them stating that Starless was threatening to tell her boyfriend about this.
I just want to remind everybody watching, this stream happened on, November 26, 2019. And since then, there has been no evidence coming forward. It's just more of Heat Spectrum just bitching about shit. Oh, fuck.
Oh. There's being. It is kind of shocking.
Considering that this has probably been a huge waste of time. As I have stated,
No, not really.
Not for me.
If I come across any extra evidence regarding this sort of discussion,
Just
FN will be the first to know.
That's actually.
And how old was fucking Plague or whatever goofy ass name is?
Beta.
Beta. How old was
23 to 23 or 22.
You cunt.
Wow.
You have a nice defense force here, buddy.
You fucking cunt.
Beta had asked
You
Starless
were
not
to
Hold
go.
on, let
Talk about a double standard.
Beta
Let-
had
let
told
this dude-
Starless not to do it again, and on my old Discord account, I think I have chat logs between the two of them stating that Starless was threatening to tell her boyfriend about this if she didn't do it with him again.
Can I have a quick question? Why do you have an old Discord? Like, is there some reason that you had to get the fuck away from it?
I had like 5.
Yeah, that's basically just the important points pulled from this call. So, what did you think, Sheldon?
This guy's like actually a waste of time minus the entertainment value. Although I'll say it's not that great. He's not that entertaining. He's not that.
No, he's just more of like a one-hit
Another
wonder
one of
kind
these
of
milk
retarded.
toast- Yeah, one of these milk toast middle of the road retards again. You know?
Yeah.
How many times we ran into this? Guy says something. We approached. Give evidence.
Yeah.
I don't have evidence. Like.
So I'm posting Pete's video in the group chat. Could you also paste that in the?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the last thing that I wanted to go over.
Hold on. It says video unavailable.
It says that. Maybe I pulled the link incorrectly, or I'll just directly take it from the tap then, I guess.
I did save a copy of it just in case.
Oh, that's good.
Because it's really dumb and I want to make a video on it.
Yeah, no. I mean, originally when I was going through the script, I just wanted to, like, pull the more interesting points that I wanted to. Shit. Why is it not letting me reconnect? What the fuck?
Give me money.
Your time.
Hang on, Sheldon. Like, I accidentally disconnected something. I need to fix it real quick. No, it's like I accidentally hit like connect call on the app when I sent it to you through there, and for some reason it's not letting me reconnect on the desktop. Here, why don't you take down the call and then you start it up. There we go. Sheldon, can you hear me?
Call all these people.
Because they're in the group, so it's like unfortunate casualties and shit like that.
All right,
I
let me
guess.
just call these ringing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, oh shit, I clicked all the way ahead. Alright. It's like I don't want to do that gay ass like advertising plugin. Fuck you, Will.
Sorry, fuck that.
So
Wow,
yeah,
this video is a big yikes.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a big fucking yikes. There's like
It's a giant fucking. I've never Pete's always been a lot better than your average brony reviewer, but
Mhm.
this is like the amount of misinterpretation is incredible. I mean, I want to be Pete for a day. How does this guy see the world? You know?
Yeah, no, it's like what drugs are you taking? Like what drugs were you and KP taking to make that fucking video? First of all,
what fucking STD are you forcing down your throat?
How many gallons of LSD do you take before making these videos?
Yeah.
Because it's like what is it? She says like, I was gonna do a video about ContraPoint's video on fucking cancel culture, but then it's like, nah, fuck that, I'm not gonna do that, and then I'm gonna just bring up briefly like ContraPoint's video on fucking cancel culture. I'm like, what the fuck?
Why? What relevance? Right. Exactly.
But yeah, so let's get started. There we go.
Oh boy.
Friendship is Magic finally ended last year. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. After 10 years of watching what was once a cute, fun, easygoing cartoon about tiny horse puppies being friends, turned into a pit of wasted world building and gloomy melodrama, I find myself ruminating on My Little...
I mean, already.
Yeah.
Right. My Little Pony has always been about friendship. And it continued to be to the very end. Well, and this framing of it being some lore-heavy adventure show is totally bullshit. I mean,
yeah,
the same formula and pattern literally from the beginning to the end of the show. He'll bring up minor details. Oh, they're not friendship letters anymore. Oh, they're not or that. But it's still the framing of this is the exact same. The 3-act structure, the exact same themes about friendship. The morals always related to friendship. There's always an interpersonal conflict. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's like he says that the problems start like season 5, like with the start of the map thing. Yeah. And then I'm like, so you had no problem with the journal then, I'm guessing, you know? It's like I don't really see it like a big shift. And I don't remember much from season 4 where like they wrote letters. I think it was just either if Princess Celeste was there, they'd give the lesson, or if not, they'd pretty much just write it in the journal. You know?
Yeah.
Because here's the problem. It's like Ponyville is like it has a good setting to it, but it's like Pete says like, oh, there wasn't really much world building or lore in MLP like pre season 5,
which is so bold. That's the bullshit. Most world building and lore of the show.
It's like you have griffins. There was a fucking episode where Spike went to like the Dragonlands on like becoming a man
season
kind of
2,
type
that
story.
That
was like season 2.
The episode title. I know the episode though. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like what is it? They're going to Manhattan. You know, they're going to different towns.
4,
and
Rarity
places.
takes Manhattan.
Yeah.
What else?
I'm trying to think. Appaloosa, they go
Crystal
there.
Empire was established in season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Appaloosa, yeah, that was season 1.
Yeah, that was season 1. We learned. It's like if you were to say that like if Pete's argument was like you could have the characters go to different places without the map, that would have been fine, because like the show's already done that.
And by season 5, like lore in terms of the characters, because I don't care. Characters are part of the environment.
Well, you also have like Starswirl the Bearded, who is brought up as like a lore concept.
Yes, that was Luna Eclipse season 2. Up to season 5, we have most of the lore already, and beyond season 5, it's just more retreading of old lore, right? The new things they introduced from season 5 to 9 don't outweigh the amount of informational content from season 1 through 5 that they introduced. So, is this man, like, is he sipping cyanide while recording? I mean, it's like you say, he's taken 1,000 pounds of LSD or something.
Yeah,
right?
It's like by the barrels
watching
full.
The same fucking TV show, you know?
It's like, I would have liked to like I don't remember. Does Pete actually like have individualistic like episode reactions or like reviews that he did back then?
Yeah, he did. Oh, he wouldn't. Yeah, I think he did do like reviews of episodes, but then he transitioned into doing I'm doing air quotes, reviews of episodes, but he would frame it around some moral or something about culture and his critique of it. Like, you know, that season 5 episode where Luna, you know, the Tantabus, oh, it's self-harm, oh, you're teaching children incorrectly about depression, you're dealing with that's what he frames it around, but really it's still an episode review, ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then we have Zecora, who's also a lore-based character. The fucking elements of harmony are a lore element. Like that's literally the motivator of the pilot is like this old fable legend, and it seems quite clear to me. I don't know if I told you this before, but like when Celestia like goes to Luna and calls her sister, like everyone, I'm pretty sure even Twilight, were shocked that Celestia called her sister, which means that not everyone knew that like Celestia was actually the princess from that story. It seems that way to me.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense actually.
Yeah. Which bullshit fanfic to fill in that theory. I don't know. I don't fucking care.
Who cares?
It's just like
My Little Pony is fucking gay. Who cares?
It's gay, but it also has it's like whether or not it's gay, it has its like good writing moments. I guess you could say. It has those soft moments. If I think of any while we're listening to this, I'll just stop. Or if we're like, he says some bullshit, you can stop too.
Little Pony slide down into the spiked pit of edgy man-children fantasy adventure show. These are my clustered thoughts on that, and animation.
Not an accurate characterization.
As a whole this last decade. Yes, I know ContraPoints had a public meltdown over minor consequences for her shitty behavior.
I just like to make this comment right here. Way to get across like the imagery that you're like not a trash human being. I'm just gonna say that. It's just like I need a cool setup for my next video, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna make my room like I took a trip to the dump, and I'm just gonna sit in this fucking like bathtub surrounded by like a fucking McDonald's bag and garbage bags. I'm gonna talk to you about cancel culture. It'll be like, okay, but why is there garbage in your room?
All the people who clicked on this because it's about My Little Pony are like, what the fuck is a ContraPoints?
Yeah.
What the fuck is cancel culture? Yeah.
It's like, why is there garbage in her room?
Right.
I was gonna say dumpster baby too, but you know. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Pete is continually spreading false perceptions about ContraPoints. When these random audience members show up and look at this, they think that poor homeless girl over there, she's not really homeless. Pete is ruining her reputation. Oh my god.
We're doing this instead. So where to begin? Friendship is Magic is a show that kicked off the animation Silver Age. Some say it was Adventure Time, but that wasn't what really supercharged the TV animation industry. I use the word Silver Age reluctantly because when it comes to animated shows, the vast majority of the new 10s were fucking awful. Shows bloated by pretentious waffling, hyperfixations on world building, a desperation to be the next Avatar that became so...
Again, like, I ask, like, why is that a bad thing for a show to emulate Avatar?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But what he's really doing is he's saying, I think it's bad, but it's so surface level because, well, why do you think it's bad?
Yeah, I'd like to know like why it's a bad thing, because if your show is about something like, say, saving the world, i.e. like most shows that like have a premise where a big bad guy wants to enslave or destroy the world, you as a writer kind of have to make people feel invested about the world that they're saving. Because if by the time like that does happen, there's no investment. It's like, okay, like no one's really gonna feel invested.
To it, emotional. Like you're not
as invested.
You're not. You're not emotionally into it, so it's just boring, right?
So yeah, it's like from the examples, like let's say like Adventure Time, that definitely makes sense because it's both a slice of life, but it's like an adventure show where Jake and Finn, and even like something I love about Adventure Time, Sheldon, is like they have dedicated episodes that aren't even about the two main characters.
Yeah.
And just allow them to develop, and like some of them really have very sad and deep stories or like backstories to them, you know. but at the same time,
Adventure
they're like,
Time's a great show.
It's. I'd say to a certain extent it was a great show. It had great villains because again, I gave a fuck about the world.
Right.
I was like 14, 15. I might have been 12 or 13 when it started. So I was basically like emulating Finn in a sort of way. I'm a teenage boy that's growing up and learning about the world. So it's like the show.
A lot of relatability.
Yeah, it's like this was a show literally made for me. And I think by the time the show was over, he was like 16 or 17, and like that kid has seen some shit.
Yeah, indeed.
Cloying that even Avatar's own creators tried.
What?
Well, I was gonna say, as for the start of this Silver Age, I guess it's subjective, really. It's like, okay, it must start at Adventure Time in all likelihood, and wherever you want to put the boundary, I guess it's fine.
Well, does he mean like, is this like a transition from the Silver Age, from the Bronze Age, or like the Gold Age to the Silver Age? Like,
the wording too here, the Silver Age of anime. I mean, is this something colloquially used?
Is it like, are we evolving or devolving here?
Right. Yeah. Wasn't the 90s the golden age? So wait, are we getting worse? Like,
I guess so. Like, what are we talking in terms of here? Like, writing and animation? Just animation?
Right.
Like, I could tell you in ways where, like, I've made this point where it's like, I wouldn't hate Thundercats Roar if it tried to be more like Teen Titans Go in the way where it parodies its own material. But Leo's argument is always like, well, it doesn't really have the source material, where it's like, well, I mean, it has a whole bunch of like books and comic books that center around this sort of stuff. And
but the audience wouldn't get it.
I guess they wouldn't get it, but at the same time, it's like there's a way, if you're a smart enough writer, where you can reference things, but at the same time implement into a story so people just won't notice, but like think it's really good at the same time.
Yeah, you just make the references about relatable things, but the information is the reference, and it like part of the information is the reference, so it reaches everyone, and then it also reaches it's like the Star Wars thing in My Little Pony. It's like you don't have to get it to like to see that there's something off about it, and like they're purposefully doing something, right?
I was gonna say the Dragon Ball Z moment between Twilight and Tyrek.
Yeah, or that exactly. Yeah. Like all that, to the dude who doesn't, whoever the fuck would never have seen Dragon Ball Z, I guess little kids. They're just like cool battle, awesome, right? But to us, we're like, oh, this is kind of like DBZ, yeah.
I think I told you this before, but I was like, I wish the fight between Chrysalis and was it Starlight was more based on a dedicated episode rather than just like the straight up finale, and it just that episode played a bigger role into the finale. It's like
that finale was like it was really not satisfying as a finale. You're right, there wasn't enough exploration in it. It wrapped up too quick. 2 episodes isn't enough. And without that epilogue, it would have been a hugely disappointing way to end the series. I mean,
well, it's like think about like in this hypothetical scenario, we have this like prequel story. Like let's say just like we make it the episode 24 like right before the finale, and it's about Twilight and Trixie again, and Chrysalis is after them, and then like at the end of the episode, it's like they believe that they defeated Chrysalis, and it turns out that Trixie is Chrysalis. And then
that would have been cool.
Yeah, and then it plays a much more emotional role when like Chrysalis is attacking the school, and then like Starlight's trying to get the students out, and she goes to Trixie, and then Trixie turns into Chrysalis, and it's a much more emotional moment that actually calls back to a previous episode. And at the same time, like she could be using information like mistakes that Starlight had made in the past with her relationship with Trixie, like selling her wagon for a nicer, bigger one, like shit like that, The one example I could think of just off the top of my head, but she knows that like Starlight is a better magic user. In fact, I'd say she is probably one of, if not the best magic user in the show. I'm just gonna be honest, and that's not me. That's not me calling her a Mary Sue. It's like
she goes she goes head on head with Twilight in the season 5 finale, right?
Yeah, and she's
Twilight's like the most powerful unicorn, so yeah.
I mean,
a lot of people had a problem with that, by the way. I remember a lot of people were like, "What? How? Why?" But anyways, it's not about that. We should.
Yeah.
Get in on it and failed, and a conga line of persistently bad tropes that writers refuse to let go of, even as they prove time and time again to actively kill their own shows.
Okay, it's like again, I'm just gonna play this out.
Did they fail though?
Well, let me just play this through, just about the trope shit real quick. Let me just play this through.
But pressing on anyway, because the few dozen man-children still slavishly devoted to it were applauding the systemic suicide of everything they claimed to be fans of. It wasn't a silver age, it was a dork age.
Okay, so it's like, let's list off some tropes that MLP has. Friendship conquers all.
Yeah.
That's literally the thing that they use to beat the bad guy in every instance.
Yeah.
Would you say it's fair to exclude Chrysalis from that equation, where it was more like love conquers all in that, because technically in that sense, friendship had failed at retrieving the elements?
Although it's a similar concept. It's like
I guess so. It's just liking someone a lot will beat the bad guy.
Some unifying emotion saves the. Yeah.
I guess so, but I'd also say it the other way. Like, Twilight is making an appeal to friendship to Starlight, but like she's actually trying to rationalize with her. It's like seriously, do you want to do this forever? Right. I'm trying to be reasonable here. Like she doesn't force her. Well, I mean, she kind of technically forces her to go through the portal and be like, look, everything is fucking gone. If we keep doing this, we're going to destroy the world.
Right.
And I don't get what Pete's hate boner is for Starlight, because it's if she was really as vindictive as she's claiming to be, or as much of a psychopath that Pete is claiming Starlight would have been, she would not have said, I don't believe this. She would have said, I don't care.
Right, exactly. The episode very clearly expresses Starlight's guilt and Starlight's true emotions about it, right? And it's really, the episode itself tells you to the audience's face that Starlight simply had this false belief about cutie marks, this false assumption about how they're inherently cause bad things to happen.
It's very existential, I'll say. It's very existential.
Right. For somebody to watch this episode and not get these emotional cues, I don't know, maybe he has autism. There's another guy, man. I did some video. I don't remember what it was, but this dude, he keeps repeatedly commenting on the video. Even to this day, once a month I'll get a comment from this guy, and he can't understand my opinion about Twilight's decision to not punish Starlight, but to offer her another chance. He's like, I don't get it. Twilight should have punished her. Why didn't she punish her? And I'm like, well, look, Twilight made a call based on the emotions she read from Starlight, and she sensed genuine guilt and regret in her, right? So that's a sign that she's come to a new realization that what she did was not good and was bad, and there's a good chance because of that she won't do it again, right?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
So that's all the justification I would need to forgive somebody, right? That metric works well. When people really are guilty, they do way more often than not change their behavior, right? So my point here to Pete is, are you just I don't know how to phrase this. So you don't give people second chances. You wouldn't give somebody a second chance in this scenario. I don't know. It's kind of it's differing moral values ultimately, but and risk assessment, I guess, because it's do I want to risk letting Starlight possibly do this again? No, maybe not. But I wouldn't hold it against Twilight or anything. I can understand how she would come to that decision.
I honestly like what was it? Fucking the mentally advanced series take on that sort of reveal. Well, it's like I'm doing this because my best friend Sunburst left me when I was a kid. It's like, you know, I'm friends with Sunburst. You know, if this is about you wanting to fuck him, you know, I can get a call. I can get his number for you. But what I wanted to say here is that there are two parallels, which is another reason why I like season 5. That kind of, in a way, subtly sets up Starlight's arc, and those two episodes would be Amending Fences and then the Discord episode, and it was more along the lines of the friendship lesson that was learned in those two episodes, and that was that people's actions can have unwarranted or undesired consequences, and it's like, although you might be like coming from like a different mindset or point of view, wherein like Twilight refusing to go to Moondancer's party when she's like, I don't really give a fuck about friendship. I'm trying to save the fucking world here. You know, you fucking kidding me? And you know, the effect of it, like just later on down the lines, it's like Twilight makes friends, and as a result of Twilight's decision back then, you know, she didn't know about that, like that it would affect Moondancer. She becomes more of a recluse. She becomes more like how Twilight was at the beginning of the show.
That's right.
And it's
worse off.
Yeah, it's worse off, honestly. But the ultimate point here being that there were just unintended consequences, and it's like, to look at it from that perspective, it's like, yes, Twilight and her friends saved Starlight's village from being enslaved, but it's like it had an effect on Starlight. And it's like, where we see her as the big bad, it's like she sees herself as the hero in that situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And then in the context of the Discord episode, it's like they're telling these stories about like how things had been happening during the weekend they spent time together, and like even to our own perspective, which makes us more relate to Twilight, is because she doesn't understand the context. She
because we're outsiders too. We don't get the joke either.
Yeah, because we weren't there, and it's like, despite the fact that Starlight like literally like time travels them, because like ironically they make that reference in the Discord episode about time travel, and like she shows Twilight like why she is the way she is, and like shows her how it affected her when like her best friend left her because he found out what he was destined to do, or like he was set on this path to do what he was destined to do. It's like she sees, but like she can't 100% understand how that makes Starlight feel.
Right.
And that's ultimately like my conclusion from an analytical perspective of just why it flops for so many people, is just that people, like, your argument more is like more of a subjective moral sort of thing, which I totally get. And I posed Lily. I posed Pete the same question. Is like, why are you against giving someone a second chance, especially someone who's so gifted and powerful, and like shows remorse? Like I said before, if she had no remorse, she would have said, "I don't give a fuck. Like I don't care." She says, "I don't believe this."
Or or alternatively, they would show it in a way they usually show characters who are lying when they say something in this show, which there'll be some facial indication that they're being deceptive in some way, right? And that wasn't the case. All of the conveyance of emotions through the character and art was genuine. These were real emotions, and there was no trick. Ultimately, we finished the series. There was no trick. There was no gotcha. Starlight was just sorry, and Twilight just gave her a chance, and it just ultimately ended up benefiting both of them. And that's another argument you can make. No, I could make the moral argument. You mentioned this of pragmatic. Look, she's a powerful unicorn. She has utility to us. She can be useful to our cause, right?
Yeah.
So there's that as well.
It's definitely like that to a certain extent. If I was to go to the other side of the coin, Sheldon, I'd say like, yeah, this is a kid's show, and like obviously killing isn't a thing, but it's like in a pragmatic sort of sense, it's like you can't run the risk that if you were to punish her and that punishment was like in some capacity imprisonment, like you can't take that chance that she's going to escape. Like if she escapes, y'all are fucked. I'm gonna be honest. Like she's just from the display we have, it's like of her abilities and her skill.
They can't even keep Tyrek in fucking Tartar.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
well, I mean that's a little bit more later on down the lines, unless you're meaning like the first time.
Well, season 4, right? Season 4.
Well, yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I pose more of the question of like who and how like he escaped. Like it seems like how did Cerberus
left his post? I guess.
Yeah, well, that was more of a mystery to me. It's like how did Cerberus end up leaving his post? Like it seemed like he was locked behind a door.
Yeah, they never explained that, did they?
Yeah, and I thought that
that's kind of annoying. I
actually thought they were gonna follow that up with like a future season villain, because they did that with Cerberus and like Tyrek escaping, which is stupid because it like retcons Twilight's statement in that time travel episode where she's like, I checked Tartarus and none of the monsters escaped. It's like bullshit.
Oh, right, yeah. Because surely Tyrek would have escaped then. That's what they say in the season 4 finale. Oh, because they're in the meeting room, right, with Celestia and Luna and Twilight. Yeah. They say, oh, he must have got out when Cerberus got out. Wait a minute. Hold on. What?
Yeah, hold on. It's like Twilight is, like, in that episode, like, Twilight was, like, paranoid as fuck. And, like, she's very thorough. And like when someone like her says, I've checked it, like the cages and all the monsters are still there, like
unless Tyrek was somewhere different and she didn't know about it.
It's like,
I mean, that's a possibility.
Maybe she was just so tired, like she didn't notice the dummy he left there or some shit like that.
Oh sure, yeah. I guess there could be any explanation.
I guess it's that.
By the way, I know this is off topic, but you reminded me of something. I rewatched Mahler's video on
which one?
This subjectivity. I figured out what he's really saying.
Yeah.
I figured out his ultimate point. His ultimate point is this. When he says objective opinion, what he means is that my opinion about this is just about what we're looking at and nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what he means.
Oh shit. I thought I'm sorry then. I thought that was what I was trying to come across as. It's like when I was describing to you that
right. I was just being retarded.
Oh.
I watched the video and I'm like, oh, that's what he's saying. Okay, but I'm like, hold on a second, Mahler. The problem is that like you can't just be looking at this and judging it because there's like you can for certain things. But other things, it's unavoidable that you're going to have to tap into previous Star Wars lore, right?
No, he does that.
Right, but at that point, you're breaking the boundary, the objective opinion boundary he set up, right? Because you're taking from things unrelated, in a sense. Unrelated than the direct process of me staring at the thing I'm looking at right now, right? Just as objectively as possible, just that information and data. Anyways, that aside, that's not really relevant.
Well, I mean, I could give you an example. It's like, you don't mind if I spoil the latest Star Wars movie for you, do you?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay. Everyone, like, cover your ears if you don't want to hear this shit. So, in the new movie, the main bad guy from like the first 6 movies, Emperor Palpatine, aka Darth Sidious, returns after Anakin, the Chosen One, had allegedly like destroyed him by throwing him off a balcony and into the Death Star's reactor and blowing him up, and that's after the Death Star itself explodes. Fulfilling his role, like Anakin fulfills his role as the Chosen One because in the first 3 films, by the end of it, he turns to the dark side and kills the Jedi, thus weakening, the faction of the light, leaving him, his son, Sidious, Obi-Wan, and Yoda left as, like, the last known Force users in the galaxy, which has diminished the number of the Jedi, and the Sith still remain as, like, 2. and then by the end of it, he turns to the light, kills the Emperor, and then dies as a result. So it essentially brings balance. Now with Palpatine's return, it means it has diminished Anakin's setup role in both the prequels and his implied role in the original trilogy. That he was prophesized to bring balance to the Force, but the Emperor's nonsensical survival and return to the scene has taken that payoff, I guess you could say, for his character. There's actually a line in the film where Rey is like dying or whatever, and the past Jedi are talking to him, and Anakin literally says to her, "Bring balance to the Force like I had." And I was like, "No, you didn't. You didn't kill the Emperor."
Right.
You know, it's like that.
No, I think you're right here. Actually, I guess if his analysis makes sense, if he's watching the thing and then referencing another thing where he's only referencing what he watched, then it makes sense.
Well,
the thing about this though is that if I were to redo our whole thing with Mahler, I would say I'm not going to give you semantic ground on the word objective.
Sure.
Like you're just being confusing, and I don't know why. Like unnecessarily so. Why don't you just say I analyze the media for what it's showing me? Why don't you just say that, right? Instead of making these distinctions between objective opinion and a subjective opinion about how you felt. Like those two, that language in being read that way linearly confuses me inherently. It's like,
sure, no, I get it.
You have to explain this for me to get it, right? Or you could just say it simply, right? And that's kind of what annoys me about it. But anyways,
well, I mean, I liked our argument back in barrel that we were having about it, because I thought we were having like some very constructive points on what may or may not be considered objective, especially like that one example that we had about people like having seeing or hearing impairments or whatever, and what they'd be able to consider as objective, whether it's a text like on the wall or whatever, and they have to interpret the tone of that, stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from in that. I'd actually love to continue that discussion if you want to do that at a different point.
Yeah, we should definitely.
Yeah, all right.
The thing is, for a while, Friendship is Magic was the show that avoided this crap. While the fandom was always a big issue for the show staff, they did manage to always remember that there was a reason they were fans in the first place and keep making material that brought them in, usually with minimal pander.
Sheldon, why were you a fan of My Little Pony?
Initially?
Yeah.
Well, it's a cute, fun show with pretty good characters, I would say.
Would you make the statement that's the reason why other people like yourself became a fan of the show?
I think I know more about why people watch My Little Pony than Pete could dream he understands why people watch My Little Pony. I think that the reason people watch this show initially is exact this. It's very aesthetically pleasing to certain genes. The characters are very compelling to certain genes. The environment, the world is very interesting to certain genes, etc., etc. Any dimension of this. By the way, that includes sexual interest in these characters. I think that's a big part of it too. I think that a lot of the men who get into this are getting into it partly because they see something attractive about the characters in a feminine way, right?
Sure.
So, yeah, I think these are the main reasons people watch this show, no question. And it hasn't changed since the beginning. The new inclusions of the difference in staff and the different directions they're taking, that changes it, and that definitely gets people to leave. But it's also not enough to make a lot of people leave, because they're still getting enough stuff from it that they initially got, which means the art and the characters and their history and their past, and having spent so much time in this and wanting to know where it goes, that's the reason people are sticking around primarily. So
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so Pete's right. The show changed quite a bit, but it didn't change in the. He he doesn't get it exactly right. He's like, well, you know, there's more of a focus on adventure and lore. Kind of, not really, right? That's not the biggest changes here. That's not the big determining factors here. The big determining factors are the writing. No question. I don't know if you would agree with me that's the reason the show dropped off in quality. It's the writing.
Yeah, no, I'd agree that it's the writing, and I don't really think it has any really particular reason to do with the fact that it's changing its pace from we're going to concentrate mostly on telling stories from Ponyville to like all across the world. It's like the show's already been doing that, and there's just been better writers who've been telling better stories.
Right.
Honestly, and
any premise can be done well if you have the right person to execute it. Right?
It's like if you don't have the writers to do it, I'd at least say like come together at least at the beginning of like the writing process for each season and be like, let's come up with like just a writing Bible, and then let's like also come up with ways to implement it in a way where it's not as predictable, if you get what I mean. And be like,
and you know, Larson and Lauren said that. Lauren purposefully went over scripts to gauge predictability, and purposefully went in and changed shit initially. And that stopped happening once she left for obvious reasons. So.
Well, I'd also say like this was, what was that? Was that before or after this whole like we're promising 3 more seasons after season 5 happened, or
that was 6? Season 1 and the first half of season 2.
Oh shit, no, I was thinking someone else when he said Lord. I was like, I blanked there for a second. I was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. And now, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, there are still episodes that, like, even back then, I could point out and be like, what the fuck happened?
Too predictable, right?
Now, I'm not going to say, like, there are episodes that I hated as much as that one where, like, Rainbow Dash doesn't want to eat one of Pinky's pies.
Oh, I like that episode. I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny, but it was more like I was just infuriated by it.
Well, it's like, why don't you just tell her I don't like pies?
Yeah. And it's like literally, like, what was it, like,
she didn't want to hurt her feelings. Although you'd think, you know, the Rainbow Dash from season 1 and 2, who literally would just blurt out shit without giving a fuck.
Yeah.
What happened to that character? Right.
Well, she got a pet
Rainbow
tortoise.
Dash would absolutely do that, you know.
Well, she got a pet tortoise, Sheldon. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And it's like there was, like, one of my favorite episodes of the series was Tanks for the Memories.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the best episodes, no question.
Yeah, and it's like, you have that episode, and then you have the episode where, like, Pinky's trying to find out why Rainbow won't eat her pies, and you literally have her, like, feeding this shit to her pet tortoise, and he gets sick because of that.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
He doesn't want to die, surely, and you know, as established previously, so.
Yeah, I know, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah.
So yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely a drop in quality.
No question.
And it's, would you say that the majority of like the influential people of the community took notice of it, or when I mean by take notice of it, like they actually like went out of their way to point it out?
What do you mean influential? Like the reviewers?
The big name reviewers like Josh Scorcher or Dr. Wolf or Silver Quill.
People pointed. I mean, really, the only content creator that I know who was pointing any of this out was me and Owen on Equestria Now, and Jesse Wood, Drowning in Horseshoes, came back and did a little bit of a podcast with Give and Take. Who these are both previous reviewers. I don't know if you know of them. And
I might have remembered
they're very good, though. They're actually smart people and not completely retarded, so they definitely picked up on it and made some points that I didn't think of and I thought were good. So, yeah, pertaining to the dip in quality of the writing from earlier seasons. So, yeah, other people picked up on it, but, dude, most people didn't. Most people kept praising the show and saying how fantastic it is, and I'm looking at them going, are you fucking kidding me? This show is completely different. It's fucking garbage now. It's shit. It's terrible. But, yeah.
Well, it's like, if I was to give an example of, like, a good moment where simplistic writing comes in, it would be the episode where, like, Applejack, Rarity, and Piggy Pie don't want to talk to each other because the boat trip went to shit. And it's like,
oh, the Rashomon. Was that the Rashomon episode?
I believe so.
Yeah.
But it's like it has a very simplistic plot. Like the three of them don't want to be friends with each other. They don't want to talk with each other. So Twilight has to get each side of the story, and then she essentially like comes to the conclusion based on like similar pointed out events, which are obviously pointed out in these instances of the flashback. However nonsensical they are. That there's a common factor here, and that's that there's food falling from the boat, and the solution is the reason why there was a tidal wave was because of a monster, and it's like, okay, that still doesn't address the fact that like your friends were doing stuff with each other that they just like it's like a double-edged sword for me, Sheldon. It's like I love how like vindictive they are, like being towards each other's quirks in the show.
Yeah.
It's like this is how they perceive each other.
Yeah. It doesn't when they're perceiving rarity, they're all just saying darling constantly in like this condescending way. Right.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that because it's like it's a good thing not to focus on plot, but to focus on the character driven features of the story that you're telling. And it's like you can have like it's a very serious issue, but it's like by the end of it they're going to be friends again, obviously because it's episodic. But it's like you want to know how things happened, and like I think was it Applejack or Rarity was the first person to go on their story.
I don't remember.
I don't know, but it was like I loved how what was it? I think Pinkie Pie perceived Applejack as like a bloodthirsty pirate. I love that.
Oh yeah, she did.
It's like, do you just perceive everyone around you as crazy and you're the sane person?
Right.
But yeah, it's like that's what it has.
I think I can get it because Applejack's kind of aggressive, like relative to the rest of them. Like she's more masculinized in a way, but of course you got to add that sprinkle of Pinkie Pie and just make it batshit. Like what?
Right. No, and then it's like I love the twist where it's reversed, and like Pinkie is the same one compared to everyone around her.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like I don't know. Would you call that good writing? Like I think it is because it doesn't have to depend too much on the plot and the consistency. It's just like a more of a whodunit sort of story.
Yeah. It's I'll point out that this episode didn't do a lot for me. Like it was kind of boring, honestly.
Yeah.
There were like the monster thing, and it was like okay.
Yeah, no, it's like it wasn't really, it didn't really give a big focus on the resolution because, like I said before, it's like there are instances like that seem to be quite visually and just like from a writer's perspective make it quite evident that like your friends sort of have these sort of weird perceptions of each other, but at the same time like hold a great deal of like vindication for each other, and like it doesn't still resolve the fact that like these quirks that they have are like making them uncomfortable or whatever, and it just seems like
because you have to think that while they're hanging out in any other episodes, they're maybe thinking some of these things, right? God, Rarity, shut the fuck up when you say darling. Oh my god. Like
but it's like it also goes to show that like it's on a somewhat of a certain level, like they have a dependency for someone like Twilight to like keep them in line.
Yeah, she's really the center of it all, which she has been since the beginning. But the grounding rod, as it were.
Yeah, and that's certainly why it's a Twilight
I agree
episode.
with the point here. Like if there's anything enjoyable about this episode, it is these moments. These looks into how the characters perceive each other. Yeah, absolutely, no question.
All right, let's keep going.
Pandering was there and it was annoying, but it wasn't aggressively common. It wasn't until the map was introduced that things started to get iffy, because all the map actually turned out to be was an excuse to brute force a reason for the main six to be somewhere else while the problems were happening.
No, I mean I don't really think the map needed to do that, honestly. Like,
everything's a brute force reason to get the main six to have an interpersonal conflict. What he's really saying is, oh, it's too on the nose for me, and I'm just like, yeah, but this is Equestria. Is it really that like ridiculous. I don't think it is.
Well, it's like it makes it sound like it's a Deus Ex Machina or some shit like that. It's like, what would you like an episode like about centered around the fact that like they have to go to this place because their butts are gonna keep glowing and they can't sleep, they can't do shit. So it's like, let's go do something about it. And here I'm gonna finish this because I believe this is where he makes the final nail here.
Happening. Suddenly, friendship problems became the norm. You see,
okay, here's the thing. When was it established in that portion of the episode, Sheldon, where it's like there must be a friendship problem happening? It's like they had no idea like what the fuck was going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think he's talking broadly about map episodes.
Yeah, I know, but it's like the context I'm saying here is that like they assume the intention of the map is for them to resolve a friendship problem. Now you could interpret it that way, but it's like if we go through like different like examples of the map episodes, like there's literally one where like they're being asked to prevent a war between two families. It's like sure you could call it, it's like a simpler way to call it a friendship problem, but it's like I don't know, maybe the map called them there because like it doesn't want the animals to get hurt anymore. You know
that's interesting. Your point here is actually really good. You're kind of saying, how do you know the map is doing this because friendship problem?
Yeah.
Right? Like, who knows why the map is doing any of this shit? Right? Like, you can't talk to the map. The map is the tree, right? Ultimately, you can't talk to the tree. The tree just is. The tree it just is planted. It was planted. I hate that lore, by the way, but you know, the tree is. You know, it's just this entity you can't use language with. So how would you possibly know? That's an excellent critique against his point, but it's not a very good critique in the sense of the writers, because we all know the map was conceived to get them into interpersonal problems.
Well, I mean, my second point would be like not all episodes in that season were map problems. Like there were still friendship problems that happened in Ponyville and in other towns where like the map didn't need to send them to go anywhere. Like there's even a map episode, Sheldon, which again like you could interpret as like friendship problem, but it's like what was it, that park, that rundown park for that event or whatever?
Oh yeah.
It's like I don't even think that was a friendship problem. I don't remember because it was more like Applejack and Rarity like bringing people together, like who didn't even know each other.
Did they help Coco Pamel? Is that?
Yeah, it was Coco Pamel. I don't think she was sick in that episode, but it was, or at least it wasn't that episode.
No, that was the review episode.
I think she was overworked. Was the problem?
Yeah, she was exhausted. Right.
Again, I can't remember the details, but I know for a fact like there are map episodes where like it wasn't even like I wouldn't even call it a friendship problem that's being solved.
Yeah. I agree. Look, I think my retort to Pete is, I'm sorry that bothers you, but look, when they wrote the episode about the time travel, it's about time, and you know, Twilight writes a letter to Princess Celestia. You don't think the writers are brute forcing a conflict here? I mean, they are, right?
Yeah.
Any instance of an interpersonal conflict in any script is brute force in the sense of it was intended to be, so we're gonna write it. I think if I were to ask Pete, do you mean that it's not natural enough feeling to you? He would probably tell me yes, that's it.
Yeah, hang on for a sec. I need to take care of something real quick.
And look, I think it's goofy, honestly. I think that the map serves a purpose. It's so these characters can go somewhere, can be bigger than they were, right? It's power free. Go ahead. I guess I'll just keep talking to the audience. Look, the map served as a place for them to go to become more than they are, for them to grow in this way and to take on bigger responsibility and be more of an impact in this world. And the map does that. It achieves that goal, and that's good. Now, is it kind of contrived? I guess a good way to put it is contrived. Yeah, it's contrived. It's more contrived than just the letters, I think, but it's not a big deal. It's not something that's really hampering the experience so much. Because the thing is, just as the friendship letters are contrived in a sense, maybe not as contrived, they could have been written in a way that came off as more contrived than they currently feel, because the way the amount of natural they feel now is only because of the way the episodes are written ultimately. And the same thing can be true about the map. They could have conceived of a map that was more believable and realistic. And even if it wasn't, the map could be as unrealistic as it currently might feel to some people. And the episodes could have been written so much better that the enjoyment of the map episodes could have been more than the season 1 or 2, despite the map feeling more contrived. So really, the map in this equation is so small and ridiculous. And maybe it's Pete's true feelings. Maybe this map just bothers him that much. And if that's the case, fine. I think he's a fucking weirdo, and I can't relate to this at all. Honestly, that would be my response to him. And I guess we're waiting for word, so pretty sure nobody's watching. Like, why would you watch this? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a little weird. Just saying. Oh well, we should have let Diesel on. I see him in the chat saying, "Hey, I wanted in on this." I don't know if you're still listening, Diesel. Yeah, if you wanna comment on, yeah, like say something, and you can come hang out, whatever.
Do you have
It's not like anyone's watching anyways, so Like,
I don't give a shit. I just want to do this for the entertainment. I'm bored.
Right.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Friendship is Magic always seemed to have an issue with the moral of the story and how they were actually going to deliver it. At first, it was basically just letters to Celestia after a typical slice-of-life story about interpersonal relationships. And here's the rub, that was fine. That was perfectly served.
I think the one problem I have with that is that they kind of stopped doing that.
What? What do you mean?
Like, they stopped doing the whole send Celestia letter thing.
Yeah, they stopped doing friendship letters, yeah, basically.
It's like, it's also kind of the same thing with the journal. It's like, I wouldn't have minded, just in a nostalgic sense. It's like, this is one of many different ways we can deliver a moral. And it was just either like, it's Twilight or one of her friends writing her a letter, or it's like one of them telling Celestia the lesson they learned. Then it became the journal. I'm pretty sure they stopped the letters after that point.
Yes.
I believe so.
My stance on this is, I would have preferred no letters. The letters inclusion was only because the show was educational, and they had to force in this on the nose lesson at the end. And I guess it's smart in the sense that it feels very good. Like it doesn't break the narrative. It doesn't break the third wall,
Yeah.
Or the fourth wall, sorry. It doesn't break the fourth wall. It's just very, it's like it's happening in the narrative. So it comes off as really juvenile, but at the same time, it's not as juvenile as it could be, so it's better. But I have the ultimate retort to Pete here. It's like, look, dude, the friendship letter, the thing is, you don't like friendship letters. You just like the episodes. And it's not that you don't like the map. It's just you don't like the map episodes as much. The thing is, I could write map episodes that are way better than season 1 or 2 episodes, and you would never be complaining about the map, right? And I could write friendship letter episodes that are shit that would make you bitch about friendship letters, right? So again, it's not about the concept, it's about the execution of the concept. He's critiquing the concept. It's never the concept, it's the way the concept's implemented.
You know what I think would have been a way to really piss off Pete was if Starlight had become Twilight's student, was sent off somewhere to like help with friendship problems, or just like taken to a different location. In every episode, like we have a Starlight centered episode, she has to write Twilight a letter.
Yeah.
And it's like, there you go. You have your fucking friendship letters back, and we're at a different place in Equestria, and Starlight's learning a fucking problem. It's like, you got a fucking problem with that?
Right, exact.
And then
That's
he'd
a
just
good
be
point,
bitching.
actually.
She'd just be bitching that it's Starlight who's the one who's writing these letters. It's like she should be in
Right.
fucking jail.
Yeah. What a fucking faggot. Like, what a weird.
Yeah.
Because of how interpersonal relationships work, they could have sustained the show in perpetuity on that basis alone. The only real improvement that was made
Yeah, but it would get boring.
It
would get boring after a while because it's like the dynamic is the reason why they stopped doing it was because Twilight stopped being Celestia's student. Like, her becoming a princess is essentially her graduating.
Right. That's what I said. I said these characters have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
They have to go beyond. They have to grow. And of course, Twilight's going to grow past this maternal relationship with Celestia. She has to. It would be boring, like you say. It would be uninspiring, pathetic in a way. It's like not growing up and not leaving the house. You know?
It's like turning into fucking Spike.
Yeah, exactly. But he said something else here, which, you could have sustained the show in perpetuity because it requires an interpersonal conflict. Mm. Dude, I can say that about any of these devices they use. I can use the same thing about the map.
Yeah, no, I could say it about all these episodes.
Right. What he's saying is not exclusive to friendship letters. So it's like, you're dumb. What are you saying? Like,
even fucking Slice of Life had interpersonal conflicts.
Exactly. Like, what is your definition of interpersonal conflict?
What the hell do you think was pushing the plot forward? Was like a problem arising and a solution coming out of it. It's like the simplest example I could think of was like Octavia struggling at like finding or like writing the proper song for the wedding, and then like her and Vinyl try to work together, and like she gets pissed off at her. She's like, I don't think that's gonna help.
Right, and that's technically interpersonal conflict, right?
It's very simple, and then they get it, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna be late for the wedding, and then like all hell breaks loose when that happens. I fucking love that.
You're a fucking episode, but yeah, absolutely.
Was fine. That was perfectly serviceable. Because of how interpersonal relationships work, they could have sustained the show in perpetuity.
And who wants perfectly serviceable, really? Right? I mean, I don't want perfectly serviceable. I want awesome. I want amazing.
I hate that word perpetuity. It's just like...
I love that word. I think it's good.
Well, no, I meant like just in the context it's being used. It's like you just want the same all the time.
Yeah, right.
That's so sad.
It's just fucking like, okay, dude, your tastes are just so far removed from mine. I don't know what to say.
It's like, I know I sound bored all the time, but it's like, I really go out of my way to like find new and interesting things in places, whether it's like in my studies or just looking for random bullshit on the internet. It's like I need something new to wet my whistle every day, you know.
Yeah, let's just be the Simpsons and do the same shit for a million seasons. I mean, yeah, great, that sounds good.
I haven't seen much of the Simpsons, so like
neither have I, but
I wouldn't
from what
know.
I understand, I mean, it's certainly stale at this point, and that would have been friendship. Friendship is Magic would have met its fate much sooner if they just kept doing Celeste friendship letters. Like, Pete would probably say good, but I would say
I think Pete would say the show wasn't meant to last that long, anyways.
Well, right, exactly.
And I'd agree with him.
Yeah, true.
Perpetuity on that basis alone. The only real improvement that was made to it was establishing that everyone could write to Celestia, so they didn't have to force Twilight into every episode.
I feel like I want to bring up this point as to why, like, they could write these letters instead of just Twilight in a later example. But is there anything else you want to say about that point, Sheldon?
No, let's keep going.
Yeah, okay.
Once that happened, that was it. That's the perfect formula for a show. It's malleable, it gets the message across to kids, and it keeps the writing.
No, I guess you could say it's malleable, but it's like at the same time, it's like it's very limited. It's like congratulations.
Well, the map's also malleable.
Yeah, no, it's like it's way more malleable, but it's also much more versatile.
It is way more malleable, right?
Yeah, no, but it's like congratulations, you've graduated from one person writing letters to 6 people writing letters. It's like that's gonna have some longevity to it, but it's and don't get me wrong, that was a great move made by Lauren to like implement that decision. Or no, actually, I think I'm what was it?
It was Lauren. It was Lauren.
What was it? I think Larson wrote that episode, right? Lesson 0.
Yes.
Or was
no,
it?
he wrote It's About Time.
Okay.
Or wait, did he write? Let me look it up.
I mean, ultimately, I'd say it was like Lauren made the final decision, and I think just at the end of the day, I think that was a excellent decision to make. Don't get me wrong.
And yeah, that decision would have been concluded in the season 2 writers summit before the episode. So,
but again,
Megan McCarthy, lesson 2.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, I'm thinking of one of the big 3, and I was like, what, did Megan make that decision? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I'm not 100% confident that Megan would have come up with that decision. Honestly, it's like if one of them comes up with it, it's all of them did. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I agree. Megan is Lauren on. I don't know.
She has her ups and downs.
Megan is like Lauren on depressants or something. You know, like she's a little slower. She's not as interesting. You know.
Didn't she write episode 21 of season 1, the one where like Pinkie Pie went crazy, or was that also Larson?
She wrote that.
What?
She wrote that.
Yeah, no, that was a good episode.
Yeah, what?
I'm kind of sad that I can't think of another one that I like that she made.
She wrote the season 5. Wait, no, that's Josh Haber.
Yeah.
Oh, she wrote the season 4 finale. She wrote Canterlot Wedding. She wrote.
I liked the build up, but I didn't like the payoff.
Yeah. What else did she write? I can't remember.
Well, I mean, let's think about it this way. It's like everything post season 2, like Megan was supervising, so it's like.
Yeah, she was the story writer up until season 5.
Yeah, do you consider like those 3 seasons, like 3, 4, and 5, of good quality?
Oh, I love 4 and 5. 5's a really good season. I liked season 4, and I liked season 3 relative to 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I think season 2 is the best season, personally.
Let me think. I definitely have great favoritism. I liked the premiere. I liked the first half of the finale. Let me think. Also, I like Lesson 0. Staying the time travel
Hurricane
episode.
Fluttershy is like 10 out of 10. What else?
Was that also the tank episode?
No, that was
that season 3?
No, wait. That was that was May the Best Pet Win. Or the pet. That was season 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that episode too.
Megan wrote that one actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so yeah, she has her good moments and her bad moments. The point of which is like that was a good move to make. The problem is that it's like if that's how it's going to stay in perpetuity, as Pete says, it's like it's going to lose value over time. It's like
oh yeah.
What was it? Which episode?
What is this fucking point exactly? You know?
Yeah, no, like it's like here's the thing. Didn't Megan also write the cutie mark episode? The one how about the main 6 got their cutie marks?
Oh, that was Larson.
Oh, okay. That was my second guess. I think it was a great move for what Larson did, or just I guess overall just what Lauren did, and being like, here's like the characters' arcs essentially, like summarized in a single episode, where it's like we learn more about them, and we may tell more about them. And I think the character that needed the most development in that sense was Pinkie Pie. So I think her backstory and then like our introduction to Maud was like the best decisions they could have done to like help, for example, like refresh some of the characters.
Oh, definitely. No question. In fact, that cutie mark episode is in the show Bible, and it's a example episode.
Mm-hmm.
So Lauren came up with it, basically.
I think the second example, which was done much earlier on, is the CMC, which again could have been used as a spin-off show. Second to, it helps like in a three-way dynamic. It helps develop Applejack, Rainbow, and Rarity as characters.
Yes, exactly.
But just also just for the main six to bounce off of them for like potential episodes, essentially. So again, I think that was a great
Very
decision.
Smart use of kid characters, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. They knew what they were doing, basically. Like they had good ideas.
And it's like even now, like even after the fact, like when most of these big names are gone, it's like they're still being implemented, and I can't really think of an immediate instance where that charm and that usefulness to like implement these characters, because the reason why they have like these episodes spread out where like they might have one or two CMC episodes each season, you know, it helps in that regard. And it's like,
oh, definitely,
what I like the most is that like between seasons 3 and 5 we have these singular focused episodes on each member of the CMC. Like season 3 was Scootaloo,
right?
4 was Sweetie Belle, and then 5 was Apple Bloom, and that's when they got their cutie marks.
Right.
So yeah, I like this arc where they have this sort of interpersonal relationship. I wouldn't say so much Apple Bloom with Applejack. I think it was just more like because like her character arc was based on her rivalry or just like her antagonist, Diamond Tiara. It's like that's kind of how it helped make it come full circle.
Right.
And now that they've completed this arc, it's like most people would be like, oh god, they have their cutie marks, like now they know what to do with their lives. It's like, nope, we're going to make an episode about this existential conflict, which is going to be centered around Apple Bloom, and it's to be like, look, we've discovered like, and here's the thing, it's like they all share the same pattern, but they have a different design in their their center. It's like they're destined to help other ponies with their cutie mark problems, which again is another refreshing dynamic to have.
Right, because it keeps the structure of the CMC while also evolving them forward.
Yeah.
Right?
And again, it refreshes the dynamic between them and the main six.
Right.
It's like, I don't get it. It's like you could have world building, character development, and all this shit, and like implement it in different ways, and still make it seem like new but familiar. It's like, I still don't get what Pete's problem here is.
Well, he's just fucking stupid.
I know he's fucking stupid. But is it too much for me to hope
I'm honestly offended by this a little bit.
Oh, like, no, I was too a little bit.
Like as a fan of this show, I'm like, are you a poser or something? Like, what the fuck is this?
It's like, well, I was actually more curious. I was like, I want to know what your points are here, Pete.
Right, because he doesn't go into like certain points. He just glosses over. He's like, it's just this way. It's like, well, wait, why? What? Hold on. I have like 8 contrary examples. Hold on a minute.
Well, it's like, aside from you, Sheldon, like, I think Pete is the only one who would have the gumption to actually, like, deconstruct and criticize the show. Except you would take a much more, like, logical approach instead of, like, comparing it to real-world politics or, like, other shows.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
obviously.
We're not talking about, like, fucking Avatar. We're talking about My Little Fucking Pony.
Right,
like,
exactly.
It's like...
This guy has to... Like his opinions about My Little Pony are somehow connected to his political views, and it's just fucking hilarious to me. Like, it's true, depending on your opinion of what's happening. Like, you know, my opinion about an episode could be related to my politics, but most of the time it's not really, right? It's more related to other preferences, and he doesn't go beyond this threshold of other preferences a lot of the time, and it's like you're not a good reviewer if you can't do that, in my opinion. Like, if you can't explore the boundaries of possible ways in which you could like or dislike this, and he just does his pattern of political point. It's like, dude, you're boring. Dude, you're one-dimensional, bro. Like, come on. You know, give me something to sink my teeth into. But, you know, Pete suffers from the same problems a lot of these other brony reviewers do. the only difference is that Pete is slightly more intelligent and can better articulate himself, you know. But ultimately, he still makes surface level points, and then the argument he makes usually contains some fallacy or it's illogical in some way. So, you know.
Right, it's like I'd say this is like there's two types of reviewers that exist in this world. It's like those that can separate the qualities of like a show or media on feats like in comparison to it, and then like on its own. Because the point I'm saying here is like Pete, like you're going out of your way to like compare this to other shows where it's like look at the show and like what it can accomplish or how it can stand on its own, because like whether you agree with it or not, it's a show that like stands on its own in comparison to other ones in some areas.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it's like if you're not able to do that, it's like you can't really look at it from like all angles properly, and that's a problem. What I have, Sheldon, with my Has Been Hotel review, is that like personally, it's like I don't want to focus on exterior media in regards to the show, because like one of the examples I was like saying is the concept of death and how I believe that it was retconned in a few instances, because Vivzy said that like the angels and their weapons are the only things that can truly kill demons in the world of Has-Been, and like the spear that we see being used in the show is like shown to kill someone in the opening song, but then we're like shown like characters in it being killed, and I called it on the spot a retcon, and I'm not even sure myself if it's a retcon.
Yeah, because it's kind of it's there's not enough information.
Yeah, no, it's not, and it's like I take a moment where like Vaggie like stands up to Alistair, and it's like, wow, in this context that she may or may not be using like an angel death spear against him, and he's like looking at this shit and like smiling, and he just like takes his finger and like slides it away, where it's like, and he's laughing too, and it's like he's looking at this, is like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? It's like, I don't give a shit if you have the only thing that can kill me. It's like, it doesn't mean crap to me.
Right.
You know, it's like in this context, it's like, this is how old and powerful Alistair is, you know? It's like, this is how much of a big deal he is, because, like, Vaggie is literally going the nuclear option in this case. Obviously, there's other circumstances, but it's like, my biggest problem with Has-Been is it's such an open ball, you know?
Yeah, there's too much room for interpretation.
Yeah, and that's what pisses me off.
Right.
Is it's like, it's not so much in a character-driven way, it's like, the show just does shit where it's like, I question it. And it's like, obviously there's like more evidence that points like death isn't a thing, but then it's like, okay, well then why did you make a joke about a guy getting killed?
Right. Well, you know, you could say, well, they're playing, like, the joke about getting killed is really the writer making a joke about the fact that they're in hell. Haha, isn't that funny? Because we're in hell, you can't die, but haha, I'm making a death joke and I'm in hell.
It's very confusing, and like I don't mind, because like they set this up by murdering a character. It's just the problem is I don't know in that context if the angelic spear is or isn't a thing.
Right, and you want to know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's more interesting than the joke, you know? That's obviously where your mind's gonna go, and I think they know that. I think they did that knowing that people would speculate, but the thing is, Has-Been Hotel, it's annoying. Stop it.
Yeah, no. Right? It's just, I want to know if there's stakes or not, Sheldon. It's like, I want to know if, like, these characters are going to run in the risk of death, because it's like, are they afraid of the radio demon because, like, he can murder them? Because it seems evident that he may or may not have killed a mass group of people. It just says that he toppled overlords that were dominant for centuries. I'm like, okay, so either like they've been like knocked down a few hundred pegs, or
they're
like,
dead.
Or they're dead. You know, it's.
And it would be more impactful if they're dead.
Yeah, it'd be more impactful.
No one wants to die, you know. So.
Yeah, but then like you have shit where like the snake guy, he gets fucking blown up, crushed by like a tentacle arm and then blown up. shot
Right.
and blown
Yeah.
up again, and it's like you're
Right.
going
So,
from
so if they can die, why wouldn't that have killed him?
or like at least like you're talking about like this hyped up like animation shit, and you've got like a fucking angel dust who like launches one of those eggs guys in the air and then shoots him and he blows up. It's like
Right.
obviously they're fragile, and then you have Angel like shooting him at point blank range, and it's like I wouldn't even care. It's like I would have applaud if he gets up and there's like bullet holes and like he's just spitting out the bullets, like his like it's just like a fun like Tom and Jerry or like Looney Tunes sort of like the holes are literally spitting out the bullets and there's like smoke and
Sure,
shit
and in the
coming out.
context of the show, it would make sense.
Yeah, and it would have further solidified to me, okay, death isn't a factor in this world.
Right.
It would have been fine, and it would have been a very impressive feat of animation.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
We're literally a minute and 24 seconds into
No, we were
20
2 minutes. We're 2 minutes in, Sheldon.
But sorry, 2 minutes 30 seconds.
That
We're like over
the
2.5
only real improvement
minutes
that was
into
made
this.
to it was establishing that everyone could write to Celestia, so they didn't have to force Twilight into every episode. Once that happened, that was it. That's the perfect formula for a show. It's malleable, it gets the message across to kids, and it keeps the writing in a grounded area where it works best. So what happened? They kept fucking with it.
Fuck you, Pete. How did they fuck with it? They moved on from other shit.
Yeah. You mean like they tried to do something bigger and all. You know, whoever thought of friendship letters and thought this is so good about the show, friendship letters? Nobody said this. Nobody was saying this. I mean,
no, it's like we care about the crazy hijinks.
Right.
And it's like it makes us focus on the hijinks so it hides the significance of the lesson later on. It's like the easiest example I can come up with is like fucking Swarm of the Century. It's like you have this small problem that turns into like a fucking mountaintop of like shit.
Like society ending destruction.
Yeah.
Right?
And like the main six are like trying to fix it, and Pinkie Pie's being a faggot and going like, I need musical
being retarded.
items.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And like here I can call bullshit out on this. It's like why didn't anyone ask Pinkie Pie, why do you need this shit?
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree, and that's the dumbest part of the episode. Absolutely. Like you're telling me there was no instant where anybody could have spent 2 seconds to pipe up and say, "What are you doing with those musical instruments? We have more important things to deal with." Right.
Well, it's like
I think there was a part like that where they wanted to get that across, like, Pinky, what you're doing isn't important, but they framed it in the language as, you know, you're just wasting your time with musical instruments. It's like, well, why don't you ask her what she's doing? You know, like.
Yeah. I think
they try to hide it in the writing, but no, you're not fooling me. Like, just ask her. You know, come on.
Well, it's like I think the problem was, and I think if I remember back correctly, like either Twilight was looking for a spell to get rid of them, or she was looking for a means to get rid of them, and the parasprites were eating the books.
Yes, something like that.
So it's like, yes, that plot hole is taken care of. That like Twilight can't find a way to take care of them.
Right.
My second solution would have been like, go ask Celestia. It's like, do you know how to deal with parasprites?
Right. But then again, it was, yeah, that's true. But no, because the reasoning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
because she's coming over.
They, you know, they're worried about making Celestia look down on them or something. So they're like,
well, why not just this? Like, reschedule.
Right. Whatever. I guess it's not really relevant. The point is, what did Pete say? I forget.
Pete said, "Boom, you have the perfect formula," and then they fucked with it.
Yeah, then they fucked with it. Well, dude, look, your justification of why the map shit is bad is, look, it's ultimately the writing and not the map, just as it's ultimately the writing and not friendship letter. You're missing the actual cause of whether or not you think this is good or not. You know, like, it could be true that Pete is just so emotionally attached to letters and maps, but I mean, if that's true, if that's his genuine feelings, you're a loser. I mean, I don't know what to say, right? I mean, It's like somebody complaining about something about a Star Wars that you think is inconsequential. It's like I don't even care about your point at this point, right? It's just so it's so unrelatable. But anyways,
right.
We should.
If you've been in the Brony fandom for more than a year, you're probably familiar with and sick of this phrase, world building. World building is the great big clumping foot of nerdism. The compulsion of...
Again, world building has been around since like season 1.
World building has real emotional impact on audiences. It is not something to be like made fun of. It's like an integral part of any story.
I feel like Pete is described like the ideal story for Pete is literally pornography.
Right.
Just the more the more and more I look into this, Sheldon, it's like I listen to his ideal instance of like what he wants for a Star Wars film, and it's like I want more lesbian action. It's like, okay, watch a fucking Star Wars like sex video. There's more lesbian shit for you. Jesus
There's
Christ.
Of them, I'm sure. Yeah.
It's like the way you're describing it. It's like it sounds more like a pornography role play you're talking about.
I love it.
Among some to exhaustively survey a place that isn't there. It's when you spend a ton of time working out the lore and minutiae of your fantasy world, but keep forgetting to put stuff in it to actually happen.
Okay, well, there's an important element that goes into the lore, and that's like establishing the fundamental laws on how the world operates.
Yeah.
Right. And the fundamental aspect is that the magic of friendship in Equestria is like what keeps them from going fucking extinct.
Right.
Like whenever
this is not an empty world with nothing. This is a place with things that have effects, and the fact is as a writer I have a story to tell, and that story has to be in a place with things that story, right? So I mean it's just offensively naive to writers, to artists, to anybody listening to this fucking video. I mean, like he's saying, it's got to have stuff in it. There's got to be things. The thing is, dude, there are things. You're just strawmanning the show.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
Well, it's like here's an example I could relate to here because I think I might have failed in this explanation. It was back when we're reacting to Ruby, Sheldon, and it was your understandable contention in the fact that it's like the Grimm are attracted to negativity, and I could say the reason why the term negativity is associated with that word is because it just inherently attracts the Grimm. It's like these are the emotions that attract the Grimm, therefore society labels them as negative.
Yeah, right.
I don't think it's. I mean, you could like you're more than welcome to go out of your way and say like, the show writers are saying that these emotions are, they don't help with the growth and development of society.
Because I feel sad, some weird particles exit my body of sadness, and the Grimm somehow use these particles to, like, figure out where I am. I don't know. Like, the thing is, you could say the same thing about friendship is magic. Magic is friendship. Friendship is magic. Our friendship is generating the power. How the fuck does that make any sense? Right? I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's totally goofy. And I do have a problem with it in My Little Pony. I think I want you to explain the mechanism, but that's just because I'm an autist who wants an explanation. So, not a big deal.
Is that solution, would you call it more of a Deus Ex Machina or a Chekhov's gun in how it's implemented? It's like, it's something that's brought up.
Familiarize me with Chekhov's gun again. I've heard it, and I remember looking it up.
It's like when there's a gun on the wall, it's going to be fired at some point.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I guess both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weird thing is, like, I could say the same thing about Silver Eyes. It's like something that's brought up, and it's ultimately like used to save the day. I'm gonna be honest.
Right.
I don't really know how to feel about it. I'm not happy, definitely, but it's weird.
This wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for one little issue. The Brony fandom overemphasizes world building.
Okay, how? You need to prove that shit. Like, I need statistics, man.
Right.
It's like, he goes on later and says that, like, most of the Brony fandom is right-leaning.
Yeah.
I'm like,
okay.
Citation needed.
In fact, I have contrary data to this. Yeah, well, we'll get to it. I won't
Yeah.
say it now.
Okay, alright.
Pony is not Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. It's a show about...
This is nobody's standard, okay? Like, you know, My Little Pony isn't Lord of the Rings. Look, the amount of guys who expect My Little Pony to be as lore heavy as Lord of the Rings, there's like 10 of them. I'm sorry. This is not, you're not addressing the fandom, really. You're addressing these little outliers that nobody listens to and everyone laughs at because it's My Little Pony, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, right?
If I gotta be honest, I think I'd say between Elder Scrolls, Lord of the Rings, and Game of Thrones, I definitely say Elder Scrolls has way more lore.
Yeah, it must. It must
Like,
have more.
It's so insanely crazy, like the shit that they come up with. Like, fucking hell, like I found out that the second emperor of the Cyrodiilic Empire, Sheldon, was literally born from some king sticking his dick into a pile of mud. And then like it birthed a mountain, and at the top of that mountain was a baby with a gem in its head.
Dude, this is just stupid now.
I'm like, where the fuck did they come up with this shit?
If I was a fan of Elder Scrolls, I'd be mad at those fucking people. I'd be like, you're not even trying.
I don't even know if Michael was the one who wrote that. He might have.
Or does this have some secret meaning that we're just not getting?
It's supposed. Well, apparently, like the gem in his head is supposed to be the Amulet of Kings, which is the gem that the first empress of the empire, who overthrew the man, was enslaved by the elves, and the elves began to worship like the demons and turn away from the gods. So Akatosh, the god of time, sent like this gem from space to Alessia, and she began this revolution, defeated the Aliads, and she formed a covenant with Akatosh, and she became the first of the Dragon Blood Emperors. And like her job is basically like each emperor lights the dragon fires and keeps the gates of oblivion from opening and keeps the Daedra from invading Tamriel.
Okay.
And so it's like basically like if you're born with the dragon's blood, you're essentially destined to rule over Tamriel because you have the blood of like the highest of the pantheon of gods, which is the fucking god of time. Like he's the one who decides when reality starts, how long it goes, and then when it ends. Like some people even believe that Akatosh is Alduin. Like he's the one who brings the night. Like you have Ariel, Akatosh, and Alduin, and Oriel is the dawn, Akatosh is the day, so he's the preserver, and then Alduin is the destroyer, the world eater.
Right. Okay.
But that also comes from just like a collection of the different sort of races, and so after Alessia had died, her council had met with the leaders of every single like settlement, and basically is like, okay, we all have these different gods, and we believe in like sort of different incarnations of these gods. So here are the 8 divines, and it's like Akatosh is the chief deity because we all believe in the time god Akatosh. So yeah, there's interesting shit, but then there's like crazy bizarre shit.
Right.
Characters, and the world is effectively the town they live in. There's only so much you can actually...
Yeah, and it's like, this is, again, it's like, it's counterproductive to Pete's point. It's like, it just becomes the town. It's like, it's gonna become stale after a while. And, like, again, I said, like, even, like, Season 1, the show proves, like, Season 1 and 2, the show proves that it can go outside the boundaries of Ponyville and actually, like, have developed places with proper conflicts that, like, the main 6 are literally just sitting in the middle of. Like, they're not even directly involved. They're either taking sides, like, the main one being, like, was it the last roundup? The Appaloosa one?
Yeah.
Where it's like you have Applejack siding with, like, her family, obviously. And then you have Rainbow Dash siding with the
Oh, that's over a barrel. Yeah.
Oh, that's over a barrel. I was thinking, shit. Which one's the last roundup?
The last roundup was Applejack doesn't win the prize money, so she leaves Ponyville.
That episode
and
actually
goes to Cherry Jubilee, and then
that episode actually kind of pissed me off.
That's a great episode, actually. I like it.
I'm trying to remember why it pissed me off because, you know, it's like you have the element of honesty, and it's like, look, guys, I fucked up, and I just need to make this right. Like,
well, she's embarrassed, man. She's embarrassed.
Yeah, I know, but then it's like it seems like that's more of a matter of pride than it is just like you're letting your pride overtake your honesty here.
That's true, but I don't. Was the moral honesty?
It was.
Or was it pride? Well, whatever. It doesn't matter, really. We can talk about this another time.
It's kind of like the resolution is like, come home, bitch. Like you have nowhere else to go.
Right. Well, and it's partly about lying because she purposefully did not.
Well, I wouldn't even say like her letter lied.
Right? I'm not saying it's the main theme. I'm just saying I guess it's technically not wrong, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It's really more about her pride than it is deception, right?
Yeah, I don't think she deceived anybody. It's just like you shouldn't be so vague because it's like, first of all, like you should know your family well enough to be like, maybe I should like say something that like the others might not get, but like my family members might get, like phrase it in a sort of way so they can just explain it to them.
I got a better argument. The better argument is, well, wait, isn't Applejack like all about family and her family? Why would she leave like that so easily? I mean, it just seems.
Well, I mean, she is doing it for her family. It seems kind of
extreme, doesn't it? It just seems like, okay, if the family is the most important thing to you, wouldn't these be the only people you would feel comfortable telling? I don't know.
It would have been one thing if it was like Cherry Jubilee was a part of Applejack's family. It's like, I ain't leaving my family. I'm with family right now.
That would have made it better, actually, I think.
Yeah, it would have just been a lot easier. Or just like she's like the CEO or something, but like one of her family members are like the owners of it or some shit like that.
Like what if she went to the town, but instead of Cherry Jubilee, it's like Aunt Orange?
Well, they live in Manhattan, don't they?
Well, whatever. Maybe they moved. I don't.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like shit. Anyway, they went down in the dumps real fast. It's like what is it? Whatever that place is called? It's like a shithole.
Griffinstone?
No, it wasn't Griffinstone. It was like, I think it was called like, not Balderdash. What was it called? I don't even think I remember what the town was called.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't.
Yeah, but it's like that's where Applejack went. It's like, God, this place looks like a shithole.
Yeah. It was like this half deserted.
Again, it's like they went places. We went from Ponyville to fucking Canterlot to fucking I think it was the Gulch or something. I believe that's what the place was called.
Oh,
Golan Gulch.
Ghastly Gorge. Yeah.
No, that was the name of the place where Rainbow did the race with the pets.
Oh yeah. Wait, they went to a gulch? Was that the gulch?
Ghastly Gulch.
The last roundup? Maybe that was the last roundup.
I don't know. But
Wait, anyway, the point is, Pete, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like they go places all the fucking time, even back then. And like, yeah, no, I get what your argument here is, Pete. It's well, they didn't have a map. It's like, whether they had a map or not, it's like it didn't stop them from like wanting to go somewhere else. Like even when we had the map, they went to other fucking places.
It's such a dumb point. It's like, I wish they would have stayed. I wish our setting was more static. What the fuck? What kind of point is that? I've never heard anyone say that about any show. Like, it's just
here, Pete. If you want static, I have this great program for you. It's called the Helen Keller Special. You just turn off the TV.
Developed because the show is basically a sitcom. The bronies, especially critics in the fandom, have never really been able to accept that because
why can't sitcoms go places and develop more? I mean, who cares, dude?
It's like, I'd like examples, please.
Right. Big Bang Theory goes places and it's a sitcom, right? Roseanne goes places and it's a sitcom. I mean, these characters.
Family Guy, Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty, right? I mean.
American Dad, shit.
Yeah, Family Guy,
I haven't seen much of the Cleveland show, so I wouldn't know. Mr. Robot can be a sitcom at some points. Like it was literally there's an episode where they're in a sitcom,
Oh, that.
What?
I said that counts.
Okay. Yeah, and they go places. They're literally going on a family trip.
Yeah. So again,
shit.
I don't think I've ever spent so much time pausing a video.
Well, it's Pete. We're giving him special treatment, Sheldon. We're just going out of our way to tell him how wrong he is just for him to ignore us.
Yeah, exactly.
I just love talking about just spitting the wind with people.
Sitcom is simple and not really worth exhaustively obsessing over, even though sitcoms remain the most popular genre of television ever. Bronies.
Didn't you exhaustively obsess over this sitcom? Didn't you like make this YouTube channel about it and become this personality in that fandom and watch all the episodes? And I don't know, you probably own some merch or something. You wrote these fan fictions, these, by the way, revolting full con fan fictions, which I guess there's technically no evidence it's literally you, but there seems to be things suggesting that it was very likely to be you. So I'm willing to say, if it's true, you're writing. He's even admitted he's written My Little Pony fanfic. So I don't know, dude. Like, didn't you get obsessed into it a little bit? I mean, come on.
Sheldon, we have to bring back reading shitty fan fictions or just excerpts from shitty fan fictions.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite events, Sheldon, like going to a Brony convention, was literally reading shitty fan fictions out loud.
Yeah, we used to do that in Skype calls. So.
Yeah, no, we need to bring that shit back and stream it.
Absolutely.
Kept trying to twist and mutate it into being an adventure show about Equestria. Not about its main cast of characters learning to not be jerks, but about the map and filling in more and more of it. It started with demanding new villains when the tradition was premieres and finales.
Well, the thing is, it's not because bronies demand things that the show did them for that reason, number one. But number two, it did become, like, bronies did want these things to some degree. He's not wrong. He's exaggerating, or he's just stupid and misrepresenting it. But
well, I mean, that's something what Pete does often. So I give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not being too hyperbolic about it. Like, obviously, like, some of this is done for laughs here.
Right, it's true. Although the problem with that is when you're making a point.
Well, it's not funny either.
Well, yeah, that's probably the biggest problem with it, honestly. But yeah, the point here being, look, yeah, bronies did want this, but you haven't demonstrated a through line of causation. Of because bronies want more villains, they made more villains. How do you know they weren't just going to have more villains? Because shows like this tend to have new villains as they progress, right? I mean, how does he possibly know this would be my question to him. And thus, why are you holding it against bronies exactly? So, totally ridiculous.
Hell, season 1 didn't even have a finale villain, and instead it was all about the girls learning that royal parties suck. There was this constant push and pull between...
Well, here's the thing. Didn't Lauren say that she wanted Discord to appear in the finale of the first season?
Yeah, she did, actually, and there's just production limits, so they had to move it.
Yeah, no, I get it. And, I mean, I thought The Best Night Ever was a pretty good episode on its own. And,
yeah.
I mean, there were, I guess you could say, minor antagonists in this. And though I'd say it's, like, more in the cases that, like, it was the characters themselves that were their own antagonist, or it was just the world around them. Because either it was just foreign. And it's like, here's the thing, it's like, I'm assuming that Twilight's been Celestia's apprentice for a while. I mean, she's been her apprentice since she was like a foal or something.
Right.
I don't know, like implicit, like it seems like they have a very intimate relationship, and that like it's obvious that they spent quite a lot of time together since they have this like mother-daughter sort of bond.
Yes.
But I can't find it too far out of reason. It's like I'm assuming from this line of reason that Twilight has never gone to the Galloping Gala. Like, she's familiar with it, but it's like I don't understand how she wouldn't be surprised by the fact that Celestia wouldn't be busy just greeting people alone.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
And I feel that like Celestia was subtly being like hey, I'm kind of busy. Like, I don't mind that you're here talking with me, but like, you could be doing other things. I'm not telling you to fuck off or anything. I'm just telling you, like, I'm busy.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Between the shows.
Yeah. Also, this episode wasn't that great. Like he's using it as this example of, look at this great episode that was just this simple, and I'm like, well, dude, I thought the season 2 premiere was better. I thought the season 2 finale was better. I thought the season 3 finale was. I thought the season 4 premiere was better. I thought the season 4 finale, like, your example here to me personally is, it's not a good one for like the greatness of the earlier show, right? I mean, it's
Well, it's like
whatever.
it's also at the same time, it's like this is an episode where like interpersonal conflicts, not necessarily between two people, but it's like the solution of their conflict conflicts with like the solution that the other person has, or in even some cases like helps resolve their situation, where it's like you have like Fluttershy um like trying to get the animals to love her, and it causes a panic, and then like that panic causes one of the pillars to fall, and then Rainbow's like, oh god, now is my chance,
Right, right.
and then it's like this domino effect afterwards. It's like
Yes.
there's a payoff to this.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
it's ironically, it's because of like these tropic sort of like almost like Disney princess sort of moments. I'd say like
Right.
at least half of them. Less so for Pinky and Rainbow Dash and Applejack, so like 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 6.
Yes.
Like
Absolutely.
Spike doesn't count because he didn't even directly want to go to the gala. I think he just fucked off and went to Joe's diner.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You don't see him, right, until
Yeah.
the end. At the beginning and the end, at least. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Functioning
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
working
You're
formula.
absolutely right. These internal conflicts, they become phenomena, or they externalize and then kind of bump into each other, and then so that gives the whole thing more totality and weight near the end, right? It
Again,
really
it's
needs something. Yeah, right.
again
Right.
it's a finale that takes place in like another location that isn't Ponyville.
That too.
Isn't that like the first time they ever go to Canterlot?
All of them?
Yeah. Isn't the best night ever the first time they
Yeah,
ever,
I believe it is actually. Yeah, you're right.
like all of them go there? Yeah, no, it's technically Twilight was there first, but it's like when all of them are there, that's like the first time.
As a
And
group.
yeah, as a group. Shit.
The
But
next
yeah, no, and
example I
that's
can think of is the season 2 premiere and the hearts warming episode, right?
yeah, no, it's I believe it's like I want to say two of the 20 or the 20 premieres or finales in the series that ends in Ponyville, because you have the season 2 premiere and then the
Yeah.
season 4 finale that takes place in Ponyville, and I'm talking more like conclusion wise.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Seasons
Does
4
5
is
count?
actually
No, well, season 5 finale?
yeah, I guess.
It's in the castle, I guess.
Yeah, it takes place where it ended, or like it ends where it pretty much started.
Yeah, right.
Because
right.
it's literally
and it started
time
in the
travel.
castle.
So yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
As a slice of life sitcom about simple interpersonal relationship issues and the kind of deep lore adventure saga that the adult fanbase wanted it to be. And that was a struggle the show was winning for a while.
That's never what the show became, dude.
Again, isn't there this big lore about the fucking gala? Like, at least for some of the characters, like we have the Wonderbolts, we have fucking Princess Celestia herself, we have the exotic animals that are in her zoo garden thing. We have the royal family of Canterlot, fucking Prince Blueblood. Yeah, that's still lore that's being crammed in there.
Right. It's still an expansion outwards, and what he's basically going, I don't like how you expand outwards 1,000 meters. And we're like, well, dude, it was still good when they expanded out 25 meters and you weren't bitching. Like, what's the difference exactly? There's no real difference in the writing. So, It's arbitrary, really.
Until all the experienced writers and producers left. Why was this a problem? Well, we'll get into it a bit later, but aside from the fact that changing directions like that mid-series is a huge alienation risk, it also didn't suit the show's established goal. A show about interpersonal relationships doesn't work if you stretch out beyond the very personal world and into a global...
No. That world never left. That personal world never left, because the personal world you're describing is just the relationship between these 7 characters, if you want to count Mike. So ultimately, even when they go out beyond Ponyville with this map, it's still about them and their story, isn't it? It's still about their interactions. So this whole fucking point, it's like his point is predicated on the fact that it's about these characters, and it doesn't matter how far outside of Ponyville they go, it's still ultimately about them and their interpersonal issues.
It's like, let's pretend here for a second, Sheldon. It's like, I think where he's kind of going with this, and I'm surprised he didn't bring this up, is the inception of the equestrian map, like all the way back in season 1, where like the show creators are like, this is what the land like outside of Ponyville and outside of Equestria looks like, and these are what these places are called and what they look like.
Yeah.
And I could say for a certain extent, like, this spurred community expectations and imagination, and like we were given instances where we left the Vale of Ponyville, and
Right.
I wouldn't find it too hard to believe that that concept spurred people's interest in having shit like we get post season 5, where we go to these very exotic places. But at the same time, I could say, well, we've also been to exotic places. Like, let's look at what was it, that episode where Apple Bloom tried to deliver that order, and she goes to a fucking swamp that like shoots fire and shit like that.
Oh, that was Some Pony to Watch Over Me.
Yeah,
right.
And I mean, even the Everfree Forest is like an exotic place that itself, in fact, has lore. It's like, it's a fucking place that makes its own weather, has animals that take care of itself, and it's like, holy shit, we're subtly learning things about the world of Equestria. That like so much of it is dependent upon the work of ponies.
Right.
It's so cucked.
He's just so fucking dumb. Like, holy shit.
God. It is funny.
Like you can't follow a little kids show. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, it's pathetic.
It's like, this isn't fucking Lord of the Rings.
Right, exactly. You know.
It's like, even then, it's like, even if like you don't want to pay attention to the lore, I'm pretty sure like the lore itself isn't even like it's not even determinate on like, not entirely determinate on the situation that's going on. It's like, the show's asking you, even when it's more lore like centric post season 4, where it's like, no, the show is asking you to pay attention to what's going on in the setting, not like what is being told in the setting.
Right.
Like, you can do both.
I could replace these backgrounds with anything, right? Yeah. And wouldn't matter much.
Yeah, it's what's just happening here.
Right. That comes back to my point. It's like, dude, it's not that you don't like, it's the writing you're not liking. And you just he thinks it's like because of expanding lore and shit, but that's not what caused it. What caused your non-enjoyment or lesser enjoyment of future episodes is way more than just lore, right? It's like, what's happening? What's going on right now? What are they saying to each other? What are their reactions? Where is this going? You know, like you to boil it down to this is so like just stupid and it's surface level. Like, I don't know. It's just goofy. It's just stupid.
Government. Values that work for children dealing with conflicts with their friends cease to hold any water when you start dealing with global threats and government tension. You probably remember.
So wait, your problem here is politics?
Well, let me point out that. Let me ask you guys: what percentage of the entirety of My Little Pony is about geopolitical conflicts? Give it a percentage.
How many episodes are there? There's like 122.
There's over 200 episodes.
Okay. Let's just say 200, just to be safe. Okay. No.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, are we saying just like country, like even conflicts that happen within Equestria between certain factions.
What episodes are significantly are notably predicated on geopolitical conflict in this show?
I mean, I could technically
almost zero, right?
Well,
Almost zero.
I mean, I could go back to episodes like Dragon Shy, where it's like the sort of pragmatic political beliefs of a dragon, where it's like I'm a hoardy, domineering kind of asshole.
Dragon fights pony for land, basically.
Yeah, yeah, no,
Yeah,
I mean, there's still
yeah,
politics behind it, and like, and to a certain degree, it's like they need to implement a certain degree of diplomacy, to avoid like not just the smog, but the fact that like if they piss off this dragon, it's gonna burn down the town.
Right.
But the more immediate problem is the smog. To a certain extent, you could say the dragon migration itself, as in like you have these dangerous, powerful creatures that are literally flying over the skies. Let's see. You could talk about the Heartswarming Eve. Like there were political tensions in there. Like there were politics in season 7 about the implementation of magic, like being used, like weaponizing friendship, as autistic as that sounds. And that was technically done for both the premiere and to a certain extent the finale. You have the season 7 premiere where you have, which is also ties back into the magic implementation. Let's see, you have any Celestia or Luna-based episode, or just anything to do with the princess. No, I'm just trying to give a fair estimate. I'm gonna say
no. I'm just saying. Look, Pete's framing this as if that's what the show turned into.
8%.
And I'm like,
gonna say 8%, Sheldon, just to be fair.
Yeah, sure. It really did not turn into that. Is my point. My point is that the show mostly retained its original structure. It's still about friends and interpersonal conflict. To say that it's now more about war and political right, what the are you talking about, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just shocked by it. I can't even believe these words are coming out of his mouth.
Well, I was actually just more curious because I wanted to go over this real quick, just like to see if there's like any.
Oh yeah, it became more political, definitely, but not like it's not that significant. It's not that prominent. It's not really anything. I don't know. I don't really want to actually analyze.
There's more soft core commentaries, if we want to say that, but it's like
that's a good way to put it.
When I think of politics, like I'm thinking more narratively implemented, like you know, rulers and diplomats and how they influence the plot of the story. That's like I get what he's saying, but I'm trying to take this in a more literal sense, where it's like how do the higher powers of the governing bodies of the land of Equestria and the lands that surround it, like, influence the plot. And I would have to say, to a certain extent, at some points, it most certainly does. Like, the biggest example I can think of is when Tyrek comes in and takes over. The second biggest example is literally, like, Celestia playing, I am the ruler of Equestria, Twilight, I need you to reform Discord.
Yes.
I think that's like the two biggest examples I can think of in the show where it actually like took a very diametric turn where it's like, oh shit, this is actually like these characters are becoming a much more bigger deal than they have before.
Right. I think the Yaks declare war at some point.
Yeah, and obviously they're gonna fucking lose.
Yeah, obviously.
I just told you this, Sheldon. It's like all the Pegasus I have to do is open up the ozone layer, melt the ice, and then refreeze it again, and then they're trapped.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Yaks are too dumb to realize that. They're too proud.
Yeah, they're too proud to realize they're fucked.
Steven Universe, the show wants to be about forgiveness and second chances, but decided to apply a kindergarten-level understanding of that concept to areas far outside its wheelhouse. Steven Universe's big critical mistake wasn't so much trying to be about forgiveness, it was trying to desperately cling to that ideal even when genocidal tyrants came into the mix, and also getting forgiveness backwards. The solution is pretty simple. Pick one. If you're going to claim to be about forgiveness, don't include genocidal dictators into your story.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? That all Pete is saying here is, well, your sentiment here. Like I'm not going to consider your sentiment because you have this this idea of genocide in the thing. It's like, well, it's still about forgiveness, isn't it? Like all you're saying is you're not going to take it seriously. Well, who fucking cares? Fuck you, dude. Like,
well, it's more along the facts of, I want you to consider this here, Sheldon, is that I'm pretty sure all of the gems are ageless. Like they can't die from old age, and it's like,
okay,
to a certain extent, like you're immortal. Like you can still be killed.
By the way,
but
don't spoil too much because I do actually want to watch this show.
Yeah, no. I'm not trying to spoil this too much, but I think it's a pretty given concept that these gems are pretty old.
Okay.
Or just they don't have the limitation, like the biological limitations of death.
Right.
The simple concept here is that the big leaders have been around for a very long time, and the show goes out of its way that the diamonds themselves are important to the creation of other gems. And there is a point near the finale of Steven Universe where it's like, there was a time where things were better. And like this is my refutement to Pete. Like, I believe there is a problem with Steven Universe. I don't think it's about the whole forgiveness aspect. It's that there isn't a proper development as to what caused things to be better amongst the four diamonds to where things went bad. Because what it seems that the show is implying to me is that when things turned bad, it turned more like dictatorship, like less caring about our feelings and more about like, let's build an empire.
Right.
And they never really addressed that.
Reflective of natural populations, that tends to happen, right? Like, when things are good, the small things matter more, but then when things start going bad, more control needs to be enacted to contain the chaos, right? So.
Well, it's like, here's the thing, like, what would have made a fantastic twist is if Pink was the one who came up with the idea of like, let's make more gems. Because it's like, she's very child-minded, Sheldon. Like, she is the immature one of the four.
And that's Steven's mother? Correct?
Yeah, that's Steven's mother.
Yeah.
And it's like, think about that. Like Steven's mom is the reason why the gems are going out of their way to exterminate biological life to make more gems, is because like she feels lonely and she feels like they should have a bigger family. It's like, that's her perspective. Like, just way back in the early days, but it's like they never developed that. Like, they never developed this transition to one big happy family that got along to this sort of this split house where it's like, we have to be like the strong like unbendable leaders that the rest of our gems think we are. Because here's the problem.
That sounds like a huge wasted opportunity.
It sounds like it is, and it's a point that the show does bring up. It's like Blue says this to White, where it's like, there was a time where things were better, and I'm like, why didn't you go over that? It's like,
right.
I want to know where shit went wrong.
Right.
Like, it's like, you don't have to be like on the nose about it, but I'd like some like hints. And here's the thing about Rebecca's writing is like, she's good at setting up things. Like she does a pretty decent job at setting up things. Like, I'll give her credit where credit is due. And she knows how to implement payoff properly at certain points. But here's the other problem is that, like, Pete's saying, like, we should forgive the dictators that are enslaving the galaxy and killing billions. And I'm like, okay, if you kill the leaders, what's going to happen to that empire?
Right.
It's going to fall apart. There's going to be people grabbing for power. There might not even be a power vacuum. It might just fall apart.
Right.
Like if you were to kill one of these diamonds, would it kill their children? Like this show never takes this opportunity where it's like, is there a potential linkage between like the diamonds and sort of their essence that creates these other gems?
Sure.
I'm gonna say no, but it's like, the other problem is that, like I said, it could cause more problems than it does solutions.
Right.
Like, Pete is thinking too short term here. It's like the show is going out of its way to say that, like, this way this regime is running like it has its benefits, but it has a much more greater share of problems.
Okay.
And it's like Steven is simply like using these opportunities to try to convince the other diamonds that it's like maybe for the good of everyone, even your own good, because you're also weighing your own lives in this.
Right.
That maybe you guys should go a different way about things.
Right. Right.
And
Let's take the Nash equilibrium approach.
Sure.
Basically. Right. Yeah.
But again, I don't disagree with Pete that like there are problems with Steven Universe, and we'll get to it when we see it.
Oh, I'm
it's
sure.
a really
yeah,
easy
I'm very
concept.
excited.
This was the same problem Friendship is Magic ultimately had. It wanted to branch out and explore the world to appease the adult fans and have new big villains because that's what the adult fans like.
Evidence required.
Yeah.
And then deciding to stick to the premise of being about friendship, which results in the obvious, hastily rushed redemption arcs where the villains accept friendship into their hearts and all is forgiven.
Not a great plan.
As a result, the show became less about teaching lessons and more...
Well, yeah, but the same premise that made earlier seasons made the later seasons, right? So
hastily rushed redemption arcs. It's like I need to think real quick. Like
Diamond Tiara, maybe. I mean,
I guess it's like here's the thing. It's like
arc was rushed in any way. I think it was fine.
It's like the only difference between like the instances where like Diamond Tiara, like, is in that like that episode where like her arc sort of completes, is that like she's never put into an actually vulnerable position, and by that I mean like she doesn't have Silver Spoon.
Right. Right.
Or is that her name? Silver Spoon or friend?
Yeah, that's
okay.
her friend or whatever. That abandoned.
Yeah, and then it's like she actually like sees her like antagonist's perspective, and it's like, wow, and it's like it's a refreshing perspective that you get from the antagonist, where it's like, wow, you guys have this chance to like try out all these other things while I have to focus on like getting better at this one thing that I'm destined to be good at.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. I believe that kind of it sort of retreads on the sort of synthesis that the first CMC episode was, where it's like she could be whatever she wants. Like she could be the world's best doctor or whatever. You know, it's like stuff like that. It's like you have potential, where it's kind of like it's not so much about the potential. It's just that you have more opportunities than Diamond does.
Right.
Or chances to pursue, or reasons to pursue other opportunities, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Look, Starlight Glimmer, I think all that was fine, because really you have to read in between the lines in a way.
Yeah.
You see the inception point, but you don't see the things that led up to the town, that led up to her philosophy. You see the seeds being sown, right? But you don't see the rest. And you have to be kind of smart to realize that. You have to, obviously it wasn't that happened and then she just adopted this philosophy out of nowhere. No. They're implying that things happened after that, given the fact that she was young and now she's older. Things obviously would have had to happen. That's a logical deduction I can make.
I wrote a very similar, like, insightful essay on, like, Sunset Shimmer's redemption arc, or just more like the circumstances as to which like things played out in her story when DWK did his video on Sunset.
Oh yeah.
And he loved the shit out of it. Like he loved my comment. It was like,
nice.
Yeah, no, he liked that. He liked it and hearted it and all that shit. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it's like there are parallels between Sunset and Starlight, but it's more like the way I kind of see it is that Sunset was in a way openly inviting Celestia to be like, you don't agree with my philosophy about how I handle relationships, but it's like, look, like I'm the big bitch on campus here. It's like everyone respects me and does what I want them to because I'm assertive, I'm in their face, and
I have actual power.
Yeah, I have actual power. And then it's like, oh, okay, like, and I feel like the reason why Sunset gets so emotional and kind of rushes her plan is because it's, like she asked Twilight in the movie, it's like, so like Celestia sent her pupil to go in instead, which means like she's disappointed that like Celestia doesn't even like give her the time of day to be like I don't give enough a shit about you to go in there myself and get you. So I'm gonna send my student, and then it's like I'm not even here for you. I'm here for the fucking crown.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a definite serious.
She she has these ideas in her mind that she's
the
less
hot
valuable
shit
than she thought she was to
Yeah.
Celestia. Right. And on top of it, Twilight and her friends are formidable to some extent. I mean, she's certainly not used to being challenged in that way, Shirley. So of course you'll make errors and mistakes if you're getting emotional about it. So, you could say that too. I mean, yeah, there's like realistic, believable reasons why things resulted that way. You can think of them. You can fill in the blanks, which you have to in any story you're reading. Really, to some extent, you're going to have to fill in a blank. You're going to have to put something in because, I mean, me looking around the room right now and getting all this information. How many pages is that to communicate? I mean, it's ridiculous. I could write a novel just about all the details about, the floor and the ceiling, and so at some point you have to stop including information and just let the audience assume things.
Yeah.
An inevitable part of it.
More about preaching, and not preaching in a good way like Zootopia, in a bad way like enlightened centrism. You see, the shift to a political environment could have worked if they actually made that shift the whole way, but instead they took the childish values with it. Now friendship became Equestria's main religion, with Twilight as its pope.
Really? Yeah, I'm gonna play this out.
Really, he's right in this way. He's putting his finger on something that I noticed too, and it's this forceful imposition by Equestria to make everybody respect and appreciate friendship, basically. And I kind of agree with them to an extent. I don't like that. I don't like that they.
I can agree where it's like a society can't function as properly if they have this one thing that this other like civilization has. Would that make more sense? Where it's like if you implement like for example, it's like the Indians show the pilgrims like if you catch a fish and then like gut it and then like put it underneath the ground, it helps the crops grow. It's like that's kind of the equivalent of what the friendship is to these other places.
Yeah, I guess. Like, I just think it's really goofy. Like, okay, number one, DNA's canon, so I'll point that. Number two, in my conception of the show, ponies are the way they are because of their biological constitution. And dragons are the way they are because of their biological constitution. And they're different for reasons. And why would the dragons necessarily have a similar conception and utility for friendship as ponies do? The answer is because the show writers have a political agenda to the degree that they're really imposing a multiculturalist moral view.
Well, I could give you a much more simplistic reason as to why the ponies need to implement it rather than the other ones is because the other races don't have a gun put to their head, and that gun put to the ponies' heads is the Wendigos. It's like if you guys don't work together, we're going to like cover the land in snow and that's basically what it is. And like whether like you could call that like wow, that's very interesting and very dark.
Or alternatively, pony, like look at Dragon Society and Pony Society, like season 2 Dragon Society. Okay, you have the adult dragons who seem pretty lonerish, who don't really interact with the other dragons. They just kind of do their own thing. And then you have the adolescents, all the males at least, who are all competitive. Then you have the ponies who...
I don't even think that was reserved to the guys either. I think it was both girls and guys were very competitive.
Maybe I'm misremembering. It doesn't really matter because you look at the Pony Society and they're clearly very different. They have homes. They're more reciprocal. They're more like we are. The dragons are less like us. They're less sociable. They're less aggressive. They're more aggressive, which would what is friendship really? Well, it's reciprocity, right? Evolutionarily speaking. And the ponies more exhibit that than the dragons do, right? So to me, I look at ponies and I go, dude, they're just naturally different. Why are you forcing friendship onto the dragons? Like, it seems wrong to me. It's like us going to Africa and making Africans do things that Africans naturally might be opposed to or not compatible with. Now, look, I'm headcanoning hardcore here, right? But at the end of the day, you can't. You know, this is an example of my political views that can't help but get into the way of my experience at the show, and that on top of, I know these show writers. I know the things they say on Twitter. I follow them. I did follow them during the time. I know their political views. I know what they're trying to sneak into the show, and I know that they're trying to push this, every race is the same, and we can all get along with just love and kindness, and this kind of stuff that I know is nonsense, that I know is unfactual, non-scientific, complete bullshit that is in fact contributing to the fall of this society, right? So it's a very important thing that I can't disconnect from the show. So I agree with Pete, but on different grounds. I agree on in a different way. He kind of sees it as, well, friendship turned into the power of the world that one must harness for everything to be good, and it's like he's kind of right in that sense, because the ponies are imposing it, and in the narrative itself, it's shown that dragons do accept friendship, yaks do accept friendship, and ultimately in the end it saves the world and everyone's happier because of it, right? So like, yeah, he's right then in that way. He's actually correct. So I kind of align with him. I don't know. How do you feel about this point?
I would have actually liked it better if, like, some of these races didn't even have a word in their vocabulary for friendship, and they had to implement a different word, like cooperation, where it's this philosophical thing. I believe the clearest example in this sense is the Dragon Gauntlet, where it is kind of shown to Ember, where it's like, yes, dragons are strong and fearsome and cunning, but at the same time, you can benefit by having allies. And the problem is, well, the idea is that it is a society based on strength, where in, say, something like the Griffins, it's like everyone's sad, poor, and desperate. And the reason is because their king was greedy and took a treasure, and that treasure was cursed for some reason. And then you have the seahorses, where like they don't seem to have a problem with friendship, because like they live quite homogeneously together. Like they work together to live in this society, mostly because obviously because of an external force, and that's the Storm King in the movie, which again is carried on by the show. So I agree with the two of you on that extent. But I think it should have been like implement more of the idea where it's like it wouldn't hurt to try like cooperation.
Right. Sure.
And here's the thing: is like even something like the yaks, like they're not against the concept of diplomacy.
No, exactly. Yeah, which is evidenced by the fact that they're even, when they're first introduced, visiting Equestria for diplomatic reasons, right? So, yeah, I agree. I like your idea here of the difference of language, because that would help differentiate it a bit. It wouldn't be the same friendship. It would just be we're all utilizing a piece of the pie that we have different amounts of access to, but could ultimately benefit us all. So yeah, I think that would have been more palatable, definitely. No question.
I would have actually liked that fact that if the concept of friendship was implemented by these other races, that they'd be like, holy shit, we're getting a lot more done working together. Let's work together to like go to war or some shit.
Right.
Like let's start building alliances. Let's start like conquering territories and shit like that. It's like the reason why we were so held back is because we were against each other when we should be against other races and like work together.
That's like not learning anything because it's the same, right? I mean, that would be hilarious too at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, Yeah, right. I kind of like that actually. It's that's kind of black pilled in a way, you know. It's realistic.
Yeah, you know I am.
Oh.
What the fuck does that mean, you mashed potato? Before.
This is such like is he just making a joke, or does he literally not understand what Twilight's saying there? I mean, because essentially what Twilight is saying is, you know, it was me in this interaction that was
I fucked up.
Right, exactly. So it makes perfect sense, and it's not even related to what the point he's making.
I guess Pete is self-aware on the fact that he is infallible. He can't make mistakes. Everything else is everyone else's fault.
Yeah.
It can't be Pete's fault. It has to be someone else's fault.
It can't be anything else. It has to be fault. Yeah.
Friendship was magic because strength in numbers always works better than doing everything yourself. That was the lesson that Twilight had to learn in the first episode. Now it was something you had to put your faith in, like the Force.
That's the season 9 finale, isn't it? Like, we all team up to beat the foe. Friendship is power, essentially. Yeah, it's still that, Pete. It's still that.
It's again to a certain extent. That's also the philosophy that like the bad guys were using. It's like we cooperate.
Right.
So it's like, how is it just because it's strength in numbers now? Is that what Pete's saying? That it's like there are more concentrated amount of good guys versus bad guys. So, end of the day, good guys win.
Right.
Like I don't get it. It's like, I'm trying to think.
Well, he's saying like before friendship was it was about. He's right technically because like, you know, even in situations where it's not physical conflict, having friends or like me having friends to talk about my problems with can reveal new information to me that could help me. And that in a sense is harnessing the power of other minds, manipulating them to get the information that will get you towards your goal. So he's right in this technical physical sense, but also in this sense of it increases your power in the way that it helps you survive more and reproduce more and get, I don't fucking know, the Big Mac burger you want, but you're short change, so your friend lends you $1. I don't fucking know, you know, like yeah, I
don't know. It's like he compares it to the Force, Sheldon, where it's like this higher power, but it's like it always seems like friendship is the higher power here. Like even all like here I'm gonna cite some examples. Right? The fucking premiere, Heartswarming Eve, the fucking season 2 premiere. It's like they couldn't even use the fucking elements because like and it's like
always been this religious thing, right? This
belief in a higher power.
Right. Yeah. What a fucking idiot. Holy shit. Wow.
I mean, I won't disagree with what he says, like is like even on your premise where it's like it goes from magic of friendship to power of magic or whatever, or a power of friendship or shit like that. But it's like to a certain extent it is, but it's like through the main six's journey it was just them and Spike. And then it was the CMC, and then it was like the friends that they made along the way, and then it's like, here's the culmination of everything. It's like there is a payoff. Like even back in season 4, it's like we see the people that Twilight and everyone else have touched in this moment, you know, through that season, and then like even all like going through season 5, it's like there's an impact on the places that they go, you know, and it's like they even return to some of these places, you know. It's
yeah. You say it very well, Pete. It's the payoff, you fucking retard. You know, it's the point. The point is, you know, we started somewhere, we went somewhere, and we did great things. You know, that's the point. And it just so happens that in this show, it's framed around this idea of friendship, right?
What was Tommy C's sort of revelation that he had about? Or I guess the big point he was making about Chrysalis's defeat during the
Tommy Oliver.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
It was like some big irony about like Chrysalis's like philosophy about love or something like that, and then it was like ultimately like it was the thing that defeated her or some shit like that. It's like it's ironically it's the thing that feeds her that defeats her. It's.
Oh yeah, you must mean the Camelot wedding.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. I think it was that, and I didn't think it was particularly profound or anything.
I think he was also pointing out how dumb it is that they need to feed on love, and yet they're terrorizing everybody to get that love. I don't get that.
Right. Well, I guess the implication is that, you know, they just force love out of you rather than needing you to be loving exactly, you know.
I guess, but it's like, again, that's why I said I like the setup. Like, Megan's good at setting up stories, but not so great at paying them off.
Right, right.
I don't know.
Yeah, the payoff to Camelot wedding was kind of shit.
Reason for existing anymore. It was just something you believed in. A big symptom of this was that the show stopped teaching.
It was always a matter of belief. It was literally like Twilight's choice to believe that, like, it's important to make friends. That was ultimately, like, her revelation when she saw the fucking elements shatter. It's like, oh wait, I have people that can care about me, you know, that can help me. And, like, I don't even think, like, she believed in that instance, like, them being there would fix the elements. It's like, well, at least I'm not going to die alone. That sort of thing, you know?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like you talk about, like, conquering the world and, like, enslaving everybody, but it's like, I have this one thing that you don't, and that's, like, people who actually give a fuck about me.
Right, exactly. And on top of that, to enhance your point even further, up until the very end, it's not a matter of just belief. If it was a matter of, if this show was just like, just assuming everyone believed in friendship, then, you know, to the very end, there wouldn't be a point in showing others about friendship and the friendship school and teaching these characters about friendship. No, it is not just assumed. It is not just believed by the end. In fact, by the end, they're still pushing to teach others about it, right? So that point does not make any sense in the context of what the show is directly telling you. Pay attention.
It's quite frightening, Sheldon, how, like, similar the world of Equestria is, because I'm pretty sure the Wendigos are, like, only something that exists solely in Equestria, and that's why they have to live under these circumstances. And it's like, sure, like, the Wendigos are sort of like an old mare's tale, like Nightmare Moon, where it's like you need to be nice to everybody and like respect your neighbor and all that good shit. So, like, we don't all fucking die. Like, in comparison to, like, the world of Remnant, where it's a lot more realistic, where it's like people aren't really going to go along in the fact that we need to be nice and cooperative with each other so we don't fucking die. It's more like we live in a society where there's a select group of individuals whose talents and abilities can allow them to climb up higher in the social hierarchy, that being the huntsmen, who are seen by the world as, like, literal fucking saviors of the world. And it's like, there's going to be a mix of honest and dishonest people who are going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, exactly.
And use it. And it, like, whether or not, like, they're in, like, a world-ending scenario, they aren't going to, like, control their emotions. They're not going to go out of their way to, like, enforce this sort of conditioning or, like, take these pragmatic steps to control these emotions or put them in check, or, like, even at the very least, like, I don't know, distract people. Like, I'd be more surprised, like, I don't see advertisements or commercials or just mindless programs to take, like, distract people from the fact that, like, just, like, a couple miles outside the kingdom is literally, like, a horde of death monsters.
Right.
So, and the problem is it's disconnection. Like, it's much more acceptable in My Little Pony because it's, like, there's a lot of background that kind of solidifies and fortifies this concept, and it's just that, like, this one big threat that is the Wendigos is more of, like, we need a lot of people to actually be, like, upset and at each other's throats.
It's existential.
It's definitely existential, but it's like, like, and you could even say, like, what is it, like, the Christmas Carol parody can be like, it only takes one pony to hate the holiday to ruin it. But that's, like, a very rare instance because the character that Starlight was playing was, like, someone who is allegedly as, like, skilled in magic as she was, maybe even more so, to literally, like, erase a holiday from existence.
Right, yeah.
So, which was basically the same thing that like Starlight was doing in her plot against Twilight. It's like, I'm gonna get rid of this one important moment of your life.
Right.
That was oh so cleverly being called back to. And it's gonna fuck everything up.
Yeah, you know, My Little Pony's kind of ballsy in a way. They're like, they're experimenting with all these like time dynamics and shit. And it's like, whoa, you know this, you're just My Little Pony, right? You don't have to do that. That's kind of what's impressive about it. They do it anyways, and then they do it well. Like in It's About Time, that's like one of the best time travel, in a vacuum pieces of media I've ever seen. I mean, it's.
Well, it's like I would have
nothing about the time travel dynamics that are wrong or don't make sense. You know, it's kind of interesting.
Well, it's like I would have liked this idea that like Twilight, like way further in the future, told Twilight in this episode something bad was happening, and then something just got lost in communication, and Twilight ended up getting trapped in a cycle, and that like she never knew what this message was about like this danger in the future, but unfortunately that never happened.
Like premiere or something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking more like in terms of like the inciting incident, where it's like what spurred this cycle of time travel.
Right.
And that's kind of what my theory was, is that like a Twilight from way in the future like warned her about something that bad was gonna happen, and part of me thought it was actually gonna be Starlight. Apparently,
Wouldn't
it wasn't.
that be fucking cool? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Nah, they're not that clever, unfortunately.
Nah.
Conflict resolution outside of Fluttershy episodes, which I could argue is the single most important skill to teach children. Friendship is now
They teach conflict resolution outside of Fluttershy episodes.
something you offer and maintain by keeping everything quiet and not rocking the boat too much. This wouldn't be an inherently bad idea if the writers had understood what they were working with and created an environment where toxic, hostile, and abusive relationships and people no longer existed, but yeah, they forgot.
The Starlight hate boater, here it comes.
Yeah, I can't wait to fucking rip that off.
That part. The show tacitly encouraged children to disregard their own safety and always extend a hand of forgiveness to people who make excuses for them.
It's not because a character does something in a show that the creators are encouraging children to do it.
Okay, so the main six are like, or at least the 5 of the main 6 are understandably pissed at Starlight for like mind slaving them. But if I'm gonna be honest, like Twilight did the same thing in Lesson 0 with the whole want it need it spell. I'm sorry guys, but you can't say that Twilight has done dumb shit with her magic because she believes that with every problem there's a magical solution. It's like it's a very huge obvious parallel to Twilight's character.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Jesus.
Their bad behavior. A trend that would become infinitely worse as time went on and more shows followed in MLP's footsteps.
You know what's funny? Sheldon, is that one of Pete's major complaints about Starlight is that she tried to fucking murder Discord. And I was like, I actually applauded when like Starlight stood up to Discord because like she is one of the few characters who will actually act and do something about his bullshit.
Yeah,
like,
she actually has the balls to stand up to him because he was engaging in bullshit, wasn't
he? And it's like, this is the same guy, like, I wouldn't call what Discord was doing was bullying, but he was definitely, like, putting innocent people in danger.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like, look, like, this is your final warning. And he's like, no, fuck you. And she's like, okay, and she didn't even try to kill him. She just cast a spell to banish him from the property.
Right. The most, like, nice cop thing to do ever, and he's still like, police bad, kill police, police evil, you know, it's like...
But it's like, no, it's like he's the same guy, like Pete is the same guy who said if you have a bully, you take the heaviest, hardest object and you bash it over their head.
Right.
And I'm like...
So wouldn't he agree then with what Starlight did to
Discord? I don't get it.
Right.
And then it's like, in this case of the wagon, okay, I'm gonna play this part. Of this part.
And this was something that went unacknowledged by much of the community because, one, bare-bones villains with Freudian excuses or bad reasons for doing things are currently making average audiences bust a nut without supposedly complex they are, like it's some kind of requirement. Two, brony behavior indicates that the themes of the show went completely over their head, probably because they were too busy mapping out the world and
Are you sure they didn't go over your head? Perhaps they did, because your representations here are atrocious. Right? I mean, amazing.
It's
Maybe
like, no, he
more
says...
that kind of brony, Pete. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, it's like, here's the thing. It's like, I'd say I don't know about the Josh lawsuit was retarded.
Yeah.
He didn't even get definitive evidence that Draco was 20 and was ERPing with a 16-year-old. Like, Anthony had to go out of his way to pull him into a call and be like, is this true? And he's like, yeah, I'm a dumbass. It's true.
Okay.
And then the analysis community continues to include pedophile in group projects. So he's talking about Toon Critic being in their roleplay thing, but that was like all done after the fact. And like, even at the end of the day, like Josh was still willing to like end it and start new.
Right, and also it's not because you air these episodes with a pedophile that like this is really ultimately a poisoning the well sort of tactic, right? It's like, okay, Josh had there's a value in what Josh was making.
Yes.
And it's not because Toon Critic is still included that it's some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It's not some tacit approval of Toon Critic's actions.
No.
It's really that Josh made money, right? Or Josh had an audience that valued that content and wanted to see it, and he had it, and that was his motivation, right? So to say that, well, you know, he's factually right in the sense that it's including a pedophile, but the intentions here are not like, oh, he's a pedophile, but that's fine, which is kind of the framing here, right?
Well, he says he's blaming this on like the people are
like that's going to be a common interpretation by people watching this, right?
Sure,
so,
no, I get it, but
yeah.
like he's pointing the blame that the reason he made these videos because these events happened was because people were too busy thinking about lore and world building and shit happening on the show to deal with them. And I was like, do you even know what words were coming out of your mouth when you made those videos? You said that it had nothing to do with that shit. It had to do with the...
realize? No, it's this amazing. It's like, do you not realize that human beings, you know, we live this life that's linear and in time, and we can actually focus our attention on differing things depending on what stimuli we're subject to, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, I can watch My Little Pony and then have an opinion about strawberries, right? Like, this is not it's not because my opinion about strawberries is one way or another that this necessarily relates to my feelings about My Little Pony. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's totally stupid.
And not over background characters and also children. 3, modern cartoon fandoms are completely indifferent to what is and is not healthy for children in shows aimed at children because they view children with absolute...
That's That's your subjective opinion.
Yeah, it's a very definite, like, yes and no. It's like, if someone important, say, like Toon Critic, was outed, yes, there is a pragmatism to deal with it. Mostly out of just concern to preserve the reputations of those of equal or greater standing, or just the fact that you associate with this person.
Of course.
It's like someone, I think, who did like either artwork or edited for Toon Critic at one point made an extensive apology just for being associated with the guy. And even Dulcet Tones, who like even like way back when he made his video about the whole Toon Critic situation, like,
yeah,
he's not wrong in the fact that it's like this story is going to like affect projects. I don't really give a shit about how people look at the fandom, because just inherently bronies as a fandom, as a concept, is something like very outlier and at one point very, very annoying.
Yes.
So it's like there was already a negative stigmatism attached to your community. It's like, I get it, like the fandom had been like helping with charities and shit, but like what other fandoms haven't done that shit too?
Right.
It's like, you donated to St. Jude's. Well, I bet like the Undertale fandom like donated like $2 million, and they're like inherently more cancerous than the brony fandom. I'm gonna be honest.
Right. The charity donation is ultimately a giant moral signal to the broader culture. we're good guys. We donate to charity. Don't worry. You know, that a lot of the motivation behind that, I think it was that, definitely.
World and busting a nut over background characters and also children. 3, modern cartoon fandoms are completely indifferent to what is and is not healthy for children in shows.
Right, because see, this is my point. Because he would point to the Tantabus episode and he would say, well, look, well, hold on. Wait, did he said fandom, right?
He said
busting a nut over background characters and also children. 3, modern cartoon fandoms are completely indifferent to what is and is not healthy for children in shows aimed at...
Right, so he's essentially saying, well, fandom shouldn't influence shows because they're, you know...
yeah. Well, I think it's just like...
we still haven't established a causal connection, by the way, to this theory that, you know, because the fans demand King Sombra should return, that they've decided King Sombra returns, right? I mean, we haven't established this. And number 2, what does the fact about the show being more lore focused or whatever, what's the connection there between children's health, right? I mean,
well, apparently to him, he's saying it's a distraction to the greater fandom, or just the bigger names in the fandom, from actually like dealing with these kinds of situations. And I'm like, bitch, have you been paying attention to like the last 26, 27 pedophiles we've outed? And like, we got like a fucking endorsement from Webcake for helping her like out fucking Gunner Light. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Josh.
Yeah, if anything, this fandom has become more proactive in scoping out and addressing hazards in terms of people in the later seasons of this show. Yeah. After the show had changed, which is its entire point, right? The show changed, it caused these negative effects.
We're getting close to the 2-year anniversary, by the way, Sheldon.
Sorry?
We're getting close to the 2-year anniversary of when Toon Critic gets outed.
Oh my god.
I think it's like 2 days from now.
Really? Man, it feels like yesterday still.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. Crazy.
It might have been. I know it's like
I remember when all that was going down, man. It was crazy. We couldn't believe the bombshell we had. We were like, oh shit.
I gotta be honest, like, do you remember why Sega went to Vita and not Anthony?
Yeah, she trusted Vita's like brain basically more than Anthony.
Well, wasn't there like I remember
Vita
like
would handle it better essentially.
Well, I thought there was like a gag order or something for like people not to tell Anthony about it until like after they'd made an announcement.
That's possible. I'm not sure about that, but I did talk to Sega Sister previously. Because I knew, me and Jace were the only 2 people who knew for a while.
Uh-huh.
So I went to her privately and I said, you know, I know about this, but don't worry. Like we're not going to say anything.
Well, unless you like feel the need to out yourself.
yeah, but yeah, I was just trying to like.
Yeah.
Gain her trust.
Yeah, and you kept your end of the bargain there. I remember when I asked you, like, when we got like, I think at some point when we started doing streams together, I just felt like asking. It's like, okay, you got to tell me. Do you know who actually leaked that shit? And he's like, right. And I think you told me it was like, I don't know. I think it might have been DJ Calcos who dropped it first. I can't remember.
Oh yeah. I lied to your face when I said, I said.
Well, I mean, was it a total lie? I mean, technically, didn't DJ like have it first, and then like, or like he was the one who dropped the call?
Sega gave it to somebody, and then this went out to other people, and DJ Calcos got a hold of it from there.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that's not technically a lie. It's just that you told me a half truth. I'm totally fine with that.
That's not how. Well, if you asked me how did I get it, it wasn't DJ Calcos. It was.
Oh, okay.
Vita, technically, and then Vita got it from Sega Sister. But anyway.
Yeah.
Children, because they view children with absolute giggling contempt. Friendship as a concept became more and more about.
You're just an asshole.
About having friends and keeping them, not having good friends. Early in season 1, there was an episode that I would argue is one of the most important episodes in terms of what it teaches to children.
You know, this is not how I thought my old friends would treat my new friends.
I love this shit.
If being cool is all you care about, maybe you should go find some new cool friends someplace else.
Something that isn't taught enough these days is cutting toxic people out of your life. Many grown adults seem to value their friends only in that they have friends, not how good those friendships are. The idea that cutting someone...
Again, like the Freudianism. Dude, your standard of friends is not universal, okay?
Well, it's just, he's looking at friendship as a collective, Sheldon. It's like, it's like all your friends serve as a singular function. It's like, no, it's not. Like, I have friendships with other people for other circumstances.
Who are you to tell me the reasons I have my friends, right? Like, I don't give a shit about your, like it's just pushy. It's just pushy kind of cunty shit he's doing, right? Where he's like, well, if you have friends for any reason that's not my standard, then you don't have a justified reason to have a friend, right? I mean, why don't you suck a fucking cock?
Well, it's like, here's the thing. It's like, I don't disagree with the moral of this episode, but it's like, the foundation by which Gilda and Rainbow's relationship was because they went to flight school together, and they formed a friendship of it because they have a collective interest in flying and, to a certain extent, performance flying and shit and doing cool stunts. And when we see them hanging out, it's like them either talking or like reminiscing about those kind of things and being like, maybe we could do this cool stunt, or like check out this new trick I learned. And then it's like Pinkie Pie, it's like partying and having fun, and that shit just annoys Gilda. And like, you could take this as another message of the episode where it's like, you have different friends that facilitate different purposes because you have different personal interests.
Right. Yes.
And it's like Pete's like saying you can only have one type of friend.
Yeah, by his standard.
Mm-hmm.
His standard of toxicity. Pete, you're a lunatic whose standards of friendship or of toxicity is not going, and I know it's an appeal to authority, but it matters because it's people's actual perceptions on these things, right? It's like your standard is not compatible with most people, right? So this is a show for a wide audience. This is a show for people more on the normal spectrum of moral views and things, right? So your points here are just dumb and irrelevant. No one cares.
When toxic out of your life is healthy for you isn't something that they can comprehend, and this episode just came out and nailed it, especially in regards to when people are being toxic to people other than yourself. Remember that Gilda doesn't...
it's not that profound, though. Or good, really. It's like, yeah, don't let yourself be friends with assholes. Like, yeah, okay. I think everyone kind of inherently gets this.
Well, it's not just that. It's like...
It's really just the execution of it all in the narrative that makes it good. It's not really the moral. I get, the moral's part of the goodness, but it's not that great. Like, come on, man.
Well, it's like, you could think of this as also a much more existential way, but it's like there is a point at which like Gilda and Rainbow have drifted apart and seen less of each other, and they become, they develop in different paths. They grow differently, and they turn out to be different people. Now, you could definitely say that like once we get to like the Griffinstone episode, it's like we get more development to the circumstances of like how they first met, and like you have Gilda, who's this sort of timid, scared individual, a lot like Fluttershy, and like when she made a friend, she was a lot more extroverted. Now, you could say, to a certain extent in that context, that Rainbow has some responsibility for changing Gilda into the person she is. I'm not saying it's her fault that she is the way that she is, but like she internally has some sort of
effect change.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying this was the scene in mind that we're seeing now was written with this context put in mind either. But this is sort of like this recontextualization where it's like, you could assume that premise is not, not within Rainbow's mind at this moment.
Just as in reality, when my experiences with people can, let's assume it's true, shape my preferences. Well, we can abstract this out to the show because the show's based on real humans and human interaction. So yeah. Like, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, and it's also I I don't know, aside from like a single letter, I don't know how frequently they've been in touch. So it could also just be like a soft commentary where it's like, you know, keep in touch with your friends or something a little bit more, just so you know, you get a better feel of, you know, as you feel like something happened, you know, and like Rainbow is a bit off put by like this sort of change in dynamic that she's seeing from her friend Gilda, and that like confuses her, and then like when she kind of like the gears finally turn, it's like, I don't like this.
Right. When you're too cunty for Rainbow Dash, you're probably a giant cunt. So.
I mean, to be fair, like she's annoying. Like Pinky could be annoying, so I can understand.
Oh yeah, I mean, Pinky's punchable face levels of annoying sometimes, right? So, yeah, I get it. Although I think Gilda's kind of a cunt in this too much. Like, okay, you know, you don't have to be this much of a dick. But maybe I'm just a softie, you know. I don't know.
She uses it at Pinky, and Rainbow cuts her out on principle. She doesn't try to remain friends with someone who abuses and harasses people like this, even when it isn't directed at her. She has too much respect for her real friends to do that, and it's something that people
I don't know, I feel like Rainbow kind of abuses and harasses people too, to an extent.
Yeah. Like, isn't there like a little episode where like she goes too far with her pranks?
Yeah, like she puts nails or something in a sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's like, what the fuck?
It was a brick.
It
was a brick.
Yeah. Oh, a brick. Yeah, the brick. Shatter my jaw. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Shatter my jaw, Mr. Cake.
Position need to hear. A friend of your abuser is no friend of yours. In real life, it's a lot more common to see people in Rainbow's position try to remain friends with both Pinky and Gilda and not get involved in the drama. And that's a fucking shitty thing to do when one side is clearly in the wrong. And if you...
I do like how Pete shits on the Brody fandom for their fear of drama.
Their cuckery.
It is funny, yeah, I like it.
Can't stick by a friend when they're abused or mistreated, then the friend you've let down is well within their right to cut you out. Compare and contrast to, well, the later seasons in general, where violent and hostile...
Okay, but Pete, you're just repeating the moral of that episode right now. I mean, this is just redundant.
What I love about Starlight as a character is that, like, she seems like a lot more closeted of an individual, where she doesn't seem to have much intuition about, like, the greater things that happen in the world of Equestria or the world around her. I think the biggest indicator of this is she doesn't know who or what the Wonderbolts are. And it's like, this allows her to sort of bypass some of the fundamental tropes that this show still has, even so later into the season.
Point.
And one of the most biggest instances is her like trying to be respectful to the princesses, and she's like, okay, I'm done with this shit. Like, I'm gonna swap your cutie marks.
Right.
I'm basically going to commit the world's like worst sin to the fandom and like defile the princesses.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting actually. That's true.
People are given dozens of second chances, and abusive friends like Starlight continue to be allowed within the group.
Who said you could do that?
Yeah, but dude, you don't decide who's allowed in the group. Twilight decides who's allowed in the group, right? I mean, whatever.
No.
I'm just such a libertarian with morality that I don't wish to impose things, and I don't get mad at like characters in TV shows when they don't morally do what I would do, you know? Like, to me, that way of looking at media, it's just, I can't relate to it.
I love it when I can win an argument, because I know in some cases, like, I'm advocating for, like, the writing of bad writers, but it's like, I love it when I could actually get away with that in an argument where it's like, I could explain you this reason why this character would do this thing, and it's like my first, like, I'm gonna let him finish right here.
Tony, I just did it.
That's the first indicator of a serial killer, you freak.
And
it's like, okay, so you're saying that, like, Starlight didn't need to think about the fact that, like, selling Trixie's wagon was wrong, and you're calling her, like, a fucking psychopath. And
yeah, basically.
And I mean, I don't get, like, I get where she's coming from, where it's like, someone with a high degree of empathy would actually think more about their actions, or at least be a lot more self-conscious, but it's like, I don't know, Starlight's a very pragmatic character where it's like, this is a problem, and the problem is that my friend has a shitty wagon, so I'm gonna get her a better wagon.
Right.
It's like, I don't even need to think about it. I thought bigger was better. Shit, I'm sorry.
Right.
I mean,
And it's essentially, it's shitting on for just who she is, really.
Well, it's also the fact that she doesn't give into temptation. She just, like, if there's another opportunity, she jumps on it. And then when she realizes she fucks up, she's like, okay, let's fix it. And she fixes it.
Actually, during that episode, that part there where she trades the wagon, was Trixie and Starlight already in a conflict between each other?
I don't remember.
Because if they were, you could also interpret it as Starlight's kind of way of one-upping her in the competition, right? Pissing her off even more, and then Starlight's next attempt to get revenge and thus piss her off even more, right?
Again, there's
it's essentially an escalating conflict that by the end of it they would both agree was stupid, right? So
again, there is multiple instances where Pete takes things out of context to drive a narrative,
right?
And I've been more than happy to disprove them, so I'd be more than willing to go off on a limb and say that he did the same thing. But I'm not going to say that is absolutely 100% true. I'm just saying
I'm not sure
the
either.
possibility is quite definitely there.
I'm just introducing a theory. So.
And in general, the idea of having less friends is considered worse than having only good friends.
He's such a psychopath. Oh my god. Low empathy.
This resulted in the most hilarious form of hypocrisy in many of the characters, where in the early seasons, Trixie is vilified for being an arrogant, lying dickhead, but in the later seasons, Starlight is given hugs and cuddles and soft, soothing whispers in her ear after subjugating an entire town, mind-fucking them brainless, and
you're a fucking monster, dude. Like, do you not recognize? Do you not have empathy for this character? Like, geez, talking about low empathy. I mean, I can say the same thing about Pete. Do you not recognize Starlight's guilt and her genuine, like, care for these new friends and this new opportunity in her life? Like, are you just purposefully ignoring this? Like, are you just some low empathy psychopath who doesn't care? I mean, you could say the same thing about Pete, right?
Well, I mean, I'm fucking low empathy, and I could fucking get, like, I could still fucking relate to where this shit's coming from, just because, like, I'm logically, like, analyzing what's happening here, and it's like Starlight's defeat.
Twilight obviously sees a benefit, so that's why she did.
Yeah, no, it's like when Starlight makes this spell, it's like the equivalent of buying a big new hammer, and everything around you is a nail. It's like she's seeing red in this instance. I'm not saying that she's mad, like she's being driven mad, but there is a plan put in place here. It's just unfortunately she couldn't see the outcome of her plan. Like, it was mostly like a matter of the now, and the now is that we're going to be trapped together in this infinite loop in time, and it is quite obvious that we are evenly matched. So I'm just gonna keep outdoing you. The weird thing is that it's implying that, like, Starlight is aware of these changes in time. Like I mean, more like it's not a repeat of an event. It's literally like she goes to another pocket dimension and then gets warped into there, and like is aware of the fact that Twilight is aware that she, like, can anticipate what she's doing, essentially. Which makes it worse. It would be different if, like, it gets to this, like, long drawn out battle where, like, it's like a rehearsal in a way, where, like, Twilight is literally doing this dance trying to undo these things, and Starlight in turn has to counteract them, but it's like on repeat, and it's just we're being built up until it's like this long drawn out fight, and then, like, Twilight realizes, like, this is gonna go on forever, so I'm just gonna try to reason with her. Like, that's how she defeats Starlight, because it proves that she's a logical pragmatic character.
Twilight appeals to what Starlight values, basically.
Like, it's like Jason and I had this discussion about whether or not the Punisher was a psychopath, and he sent me this comic strip where, like, these kids were gonna steal this candy, and, like, the Punisher shows up behind them and they drop that shit, and, like, he smiles because they didn't steal. Now, it's like, it's got some pretty dark undertones there, but it's like, would a psychopath, like, really kill kids? It's like the Punisher is, like, smart enough to know, like, these kids know who this guy is and they won't, like, fuck with him. And it's like, in this sense, would a psychopath that Pete is describing Starlight like say, I don't care or I don't believe you again? Like,
right, but they would, well, the psychopath might say, I don't believe you, only because, I mean, the psychopath feels emotions, and the psychopath can understand that, hey, in this scenario, number one, there's nobody to rule over. In other words, there's no hierarchy to put myself into because everyone's dead. It's a desolate wasteland.
Well, I don't think it's even about a matter of ruling. It's more about a matter
it doesn't
of.
matter, dude. That's not the point. My point is that the psychopath can recognize a bad situation with a lack of value, feel bad about it, and then say they don't believe it because they're shocked by it. Right? That's my point. So I would say that the way Starlight says it in the context of that scene, on top of the later reveal that they get back to Pony and Starlight sad about it. She looked upset with herself after her emotional reaction, going back in time or whatever, or looking back into the past, seeing her interaction and her kind of breakdown emotionally. I mean, how can you look at all this and say she's not guilty? This is all 4D chess of a psychopath who just wants to convince Twilight that it's real. I mean, where's the evidence for this exactly? And Occam's razor, my dude. The simple explanation is she's just sorry and has empathy and is not a psychopath, right? It's like saying nothing's real. Well, actually, it's more likely that things are just real.
Well, if I have to be honest, I think Starlight is probably like the biggest the biggest challenge in Twilight's journey as a character. More essentially because one, like Twilight knows firsthand how dangerous she can be, and two, how emotionally unstable and how bad she has like trust issues.
Yeah, right.
And it's like if she makes a single mistake, like she might actually have to like put her down in a sense, like put her in stone or something like that, or take some more extreme measure. I was actually very nervous when like the end of the Trixie episode happened. I was like, oh shit, like what is Starlight going to do?
Well, this is what I want to know. What is Pete's grounds that she's low empathy and a psychopath? Here's the thing. The town Starlight made and the things she did to that population. As far as she was concerned, she was making their lives better, right? She was doing good for them. So in a way, how can you differentiate here? I mean, if you have this false belief about the world and that leads you to do things to people that you believe will make their lives better, is that psychopathy? I don't think it is. I think that's just somebody who has false beliefs about the world. And once those beliefs are corrected, now everything makes more sense. Now that they have the more average understanding of things, their morals now seem to line up with everyone else better. Thus, it's like a false kind of psychopathy. It's like it could be a psychopathy, but actually there's other possibilities that explain this. Pete's just assuming that she's just this terrible low empathy character he's not considering the hypothesis that this was merely false beliefs about reality that caused a response that you could see as a lack of empathy, but really was guided by a belief that this will ultimately be good in the long run for them, and that these characters will thank her for it possibly in the future and appreciate the grand utopia that she's brought in. And that's the problem with this accusation of psychopathy in the culture in real life. It's not psychopathy. It could be that people have different beliefs about how the world works, and that informs their moral views and thus their actions. How are they going to act in the world based on how they think to make it a better place? Well, I think that's a really good point against Pete.
Right. There's definitely like subjective values towards, or just subjective measurements to what one would consider an outlier and what definitions someone would attribute, said individuals that fall within that category.
Well, outlier is an objective term. I mean, outlier literally means of this a data set. These are the outliers. I mean, I could calculate it with math.
Yeah,
right?
but yeah, no, but I'm saying like more
I mean,
in a
I guess
sense of
it's subjective in the sense that I mean everything is subjective to human beings. So sure, I
well, I just
agree.
find it weird that the liberal has problem with communism.
Oh yeah, well, that's
I'm just
true.
kidding. I don't even know. I
It's too,
think
it's
it's
too
more
extreme.
socialism,
Too
honestly.
communism.
Yeah, let's go.
Cult on the whole damn place. And I wasn't alone in noticing this, because throughout the entire series, Trixie was a fan favorite who everyone wanted to come back, but Starlight was the base-breaking character who a good 3/4 of even the adult fans hated. Her introduction was divisive.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like Starlight. I think that's accurate, but I don't know. What's the point? Who cares if they liked her or not?
I'm certain there was a character of the main six that people didn't like either.
Yeah, I mean Rainbow Dash is a big one. Lots of
well, I
people
would say wasn't like Applejack the big May like doesn't exist character.
Right. Yeah. Because Applejack was initially the audience surrogate, right? Like she's the rational person, like the audience member. So she's so not neurotic that she fades into the background, you know. Yeah.
Her redemption was divisive, her place in the main cast was divisive, and her consistent relapsing into abusive behavior remained a divisive thing.
Yeah, but you know, it's partly divisive because she was just kind of put into the main cast when this main cast was a wave prior. It was just them. So it's like a new friend being forced into the group, or somebody you're not too sure about who is worthy of the inclusion and is put in there. It's not really just about what Starlight is. It's just the fact that someone new was included and people just didn't like that change, you know.
Wasn't this like the first or second Twilight or Starlight centric episode of season 6?
Well, the mind control one.
Yeah, because the first one was the
it was
Trixie
one. Of the very
one.
early ones, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be also like a soft commentary that like, you know, Twilight is supposed to sort of also be like guiding Starlight in her work, and like Starlight's character is basically, I'm extremely pragmatic that if I were to do these things all at the same time, I would get them done sooner so I could do other shit.
Right.
Because at this point, she's just
Starlight's very egocentric, isn't she?
Yeah. And like again, I can make this parallel to Twilight with the Want It Need It spell, where it's like I need a friendship problem, so I'm going to use magic to solve my problem.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're doing.
I love this irony, Sheldon, where it's like magic, like friendship, can solve problems, but then like magic can also make problems like worse.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
True.
It's not like people didn't.
You know, it's one of the big problems with My Little Pony. Like many shows, they don't explain mechanisms. They don't get into the details. You know, it's just take it at its face.
Well, it's like we could have racial magic, but I think like the point of the show, like you could even apply this to the later seasons to say that friendship isn't like a monopolized concept by the ponies. It's like this isn't something that just belongs to them solely.
No, of course not, because obviously the dragons have some conception of friendship. The yaks do. All these races must. I mean, they're social to some degree. So
it's just that they don't need it as necessarily as the ponies do, because the ponies need it so they can live where they live.
Right, and I love this is my new headcanon, is that the Wendigos came and that introduced a selection pressure to make the ponies like evolve to value friendship even more than the other races.
I thought that's what I said earlier on. Is like comparing
that's fantastic.
Or just what is it, like distinct you know, dissecting it from Remnant versus Equestria is like there is no there might be, but they don't really the show doesn't go out of its way to, well, neither of the shows do. They just say that there is a tradition in Ponyville or in pony culture where it's like, if we're not friends, we all fucking die.
Right.
And they kind of drill it in our heads like 2 other times, which was like the season 6 Heartswarming Eve, and then the series finale.
Right.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and that's the best way. You know, if let's be honest, like this idea of making a show about the power of friendship, it's really quite childish and not utilized that often.
Well, it's also very rare where it's such a dart gun put to your head.
Right.
At the same
right.
time.
Yeah.
It's
like,
so two-sided.
They utilized it geniusly in this context. They really did. Very smart. Very smart.
Completely care, but it was often treated as this unexplainable phenomenon with the show that couldn't possibly have a source. Of course, behind the scenes, the reason for...
No, but the thing is, dude, you're just stupid and you couldn't figure it out. Like, or these bronies are stupid and they couldn't figure. Like, who cares?
Probably both.
What does it matter, dude? Like.
Yeah.
Such infuriating writing was twofold. See, the writers were clearly proud of Starlight and the general theme of later seasons. This is a trend in a lot of cartoons these days. Creators often have a very specific...
I mean, I would be proud. I mean, I'd be pretty proud too.
Like she's fine. What, like...
It's like, aside from Discord and kind of Sombra, like, she was like one of the first characters where I genuinely felt threatened by, because just of like how... Like, just the fact that she was able to get a spell that not even Twilight was able to get to work properly is quite the feat indeed. And this
exactly.
It's and it
as
probably
much as you want to sit here and go, I don't believe it. Well, it's what happened, right? So it did happen in the narrative.
Well, it's also quite possible.
Meaning and consequences, right? I mean.
Well, it's also quite possible that Starlight was actually the original author of that spell, and that Star Swirl actually came across that's the page that was ripped as it went through the time stream. So it is quite possible that she was just completing an older version of her work that she was just improving upon. And the show, I would say more like season 6 expands upon it, where it was more of like she learned this skill from Sunburst, who was good at writing spells. Like, that's where the skill comes from. And it's ironically, it's like a benchmark of their friendship is that it's this benchmark is being an implement to be used against the good guy, who is also a proponent who learns from like friendship and shit like that. I just love that.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome.
And like these scenarios that we see as the timeline gets fucked with, it's like, holy shit. So yeah, I'd say that Starlight is probably like done the most damage than any of the villains, ironically.
Okay, well, the thing is, I have to get going.
Yeah.
I do work.
No, we've covered way more than we thought we would.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, if we kept going, we'd be here for 3 more hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, do you want to do this shit on your channel next time?
Yeah, definitely. We should do proper. We should proper do this next time. And next time we do this, we'll be faster because we've already talked about this much. So
yeah, we'll literally start at 9:06 because that's where we're stopped at.
That's an even better idea. Actually, you're right. We should.
And it's
and then we can say, if you want to see, you know, the earlier segments, go to this guy's channel.
Yeah.
Cross promotion. Wow, you're a smart guy, aren't you? Jeez. Yeah.
All right. So that's where we're because like. Basically, when we got to this point, it was like, let's just go as far as we want because I covered everything I needed to, honestly. Like this week with like just drama shit. So yeah.
By the way, I keep going. Like, I actually love talking about this shit.
Yeah,
so
no, I love to. I love it too.
I got it. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, take care. Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live. I'm gonna close this off right now.
All right. Well, thanks
everyone,
for watching,
have a good night.
I don't know how you made it this far if you're actually
watching. I don't know what kind of you have no life. Yeah. You have a good time. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Indeed. All right, man. Peace out.
Peace.